A very warm welcome to Stoke City FC. A lovely spring day for the start of our Schools Cup finals. It's going to be a fabulous day of entertainment. What an opportunity for these youngsters to grace the hallowed turf of the Potters. Sun shining nice and bright, and our first fixture of 4 on this footballing Sunday in early May is Wokingham versus Liverpool. It's the ESFA Under-11 Girls District Cup Final. 9 versus 9, 30 minutes each way. We've got the full experience, the pre-match handshakes. It'll be played in the best of spirits, with sportsmanship very much high on the agenda. Teamwork, hard work, togetherness, and it really is their time to shine. Wokingham have had some really good wins on the way to the final, as of Liverpool. Wokingham had a 15-0 success, and Liverpool with 12 in one game. It's 6 in the semi-final. They haven't conceded, and Liverpool in their normal red, Wokingham in navy. We're going to have a look at the two teams then. Isabel Houghton, who made one of the saves of the season in the semi-final. Absolutely great stuff from her. The outfield players, Faith Painter, Edith Miles, Florence Grattan, look out for her. The captain scored several hat-tricks this term. Lainey Ellis, Freya Hall, Edie Goff, Nicole Angel, Olivier Lambressa and Alexa Howard complete their lineup. As for Liverpool, it's Lydia Goldson in goal. Their outfield players, Temilade Bamigbade is the captain from St Cecilia's. Orla Burke, Paisley Hannah of St Francis de Sales, Isla Kirk, Sophie Lovelady from Our Ladies Bishop Eaton, Emanuela Nahema Latuta, Ivy Farrow and Amala White. The two sets of substitutes, the replacements for Wokingham, are Mesa Humu of Embrook, Nellie Grayson of the Hawthorns, Poppy Davis and Ava Tilley. As we recap on the Liverpool team there, which we gave you a tantalising glimpse of moments ago. Addie Hawthorne is their team manager, coached by Matty Schooler. First aider Louise Rowan, a real team effort behind the scenes as well. And their subs, by the way, for Liverpool: Nevaeh de Asher, Sudley Juniors, Anya Gornell, Harriet Wenton, Isla Rice of St Oswald's, and Lana Eunice. So the two captains, Temilade of Liverpool and Florence of Wokingham. Actually, thanks for all the stats, by the way, to everyone at the schools. That it really helps the broadcast, doesn't it? It gives it a more professional feel, and also it's nice for the girls to have that put out there as we showcase their skills to a global audience. But yeah, she'd hit 8 hat-tricks this season at the time of writing all those stats. She might have added to them since that. But Temilade Bamigbade of Liverpool will be a fine leader. Wokingham, managed by Stuart Perry, the coach Miguel Morera. And the girls' team was actually days from folding before Stuart and Miguel were recruited. Carl McGlone has been a big part of it. Manager of 4 years before moving on. He is the first aider, so he's still contributing. Team secretary and club welfare officer. So it's Wokingham in navy versus Liverpool in red. 11:30 kick-off. Stoke City, the venue. And I'm sure we're going to get some terrific football played today and over the course of the week in our ESFA finals extravaganza. Straight away, it's with Amala White for Liverpool, strutting their stuff on the big stage. They don't look fazed by it, do they? Sophie Lovelady, lovely skills from her. Bamigbade into the feet of Orla Burke of Liverpool College. Oh, what a mazy run this is. It's a terrific run, and what a goal! What a start to this week of finals. Liverpool have produced a moment of absolute brilliance, and I love the celebration as well. It's an absolute thunderbolt of a shot. Pick that one out. Ivy Farrow of Dovedale. Delightful, dynamic, dazzling. She just danced her way through. She liked the touch paper, and I'm not sure we're going to get a better goal than that all week. It's Super Ivy with a golden moment for Liverpool in the very first minute of the very first game. And that, it was like she was on the piste, on the ski slopes there, slaloming forward, riding the challenges. And not only did it have the build-up, it had the finish to match. That was truly staggering. Incredibly impressive from Ivy, and Dovedale will be very proud of her, so will the whole of Liverpool. Thought I was watching one of their senior players for a moment, and this is pretty useful as well from Emanuela Nehema Latuta, who gets a second. 2 minutes gone, 2 goals scored by Liverpool already, and the number 9 with another very impressive dribble, and anything Ivy Farrow can do, Emanuela Nehema Latuta can do as well. Positive, direct, skillful, and she just slid it into the net past the keeper, Isabel Houghton, and Wokingham have a mountain to climb already. Well, if this is the sign of things to come, then we are in for an absolute treat this week, because Ivy and Emanuela have already adorned this brilliant stadium with 2 excellent goals. Well, we knew they'd have got, and what makes it even harder for Wokingham is that Liverpool haven't conceded in the competition. They had a walkover against Cannock District, big win at South Staffordshire, 6 in the semi-final. But Wokingham, for a little town, have had remarkable success, and they'll still believe. They'll have to galvanise, and it's all a learning curve. They're going to take lessons, and when you go 2 down after 2 minutes, you've just got to keep applying yourself. Yes, they're up against a very talented team, but they won't let their heads drop. They'll, in adversity, try and do something, and they're certainly looking to Florence Gretton maybe to get a grip of things on the ball there. And now Nicole Angel, Olivier Lambressa getting involved. So they just need to try and build up some confidence if they can. It's difficult though, with Isla Kirk dancing through. Low centre of gravity. Here's Ivy Farrow, who broke the deadlock in stunning style at Stoke. Up to 4 minutes gone as the shot comes in from range and flies wide. Already in this under-11 Girls District Cup final, it's Liverpool with a healthy advantage. And let's have another look here at Sophie Lovelady teeing up Latuta, who couldn't find the top corner. And captain Florence is going to take this goal kick. Crossfields won the Southern Counties Cup, could win the Southern Counties Surrey and London leagues actually, their best ever season. Florence has scored in every competitive game this season. 3 from 25 yards in the semi-final, 2 free kicks. Great win that against Tonbridge Angels 4-2. Having beaten Newbury 4-3, Gloucester 3-1, so they've really been banging the goals in. Can they find one here against a very resilient Liverpool rearguard? Of course, Liverpool just clinched the Premier League. A hotbed of football, and these young girls are doing the city proud at the moment. Stoke City, congratulations to their men's team, achieving championship survival under Mark Robins, so certainly a positivity around the stadium amongst the staff and the fans. Former Premier League club, some great players have been on this turf. Really exciting for these girls, and they've got a chance here to get one back. Oh, it's just grazed the post, and Wokingham nearly back into the game. Edith Miles of Hawkden got forward well there. It was played to work. That's a fantastic pass. Great vision. What a ball. Defence splitter. Keeper came out. Lydia Goldson couldn't get there. And that's probably just about as close as Liverpool have come to conceding this season in this competition. Great stuff from Wokingham. It was beauty of a pass. Vision, distribution, game awareness. And, well, within a whisker of reducing the deficit to 1, but here comes Emanuela, and now she slots the pass for Sophie Lovelady, but the flag's raised in its yellow and orange checks, just fluttering in the late morning breeze of Stoke. Wokingham started in 2018-19 by Rob Dickinson and Alice Palmer. Special Players Best Trainer Award each season in honour of her. Setting up the club's girls following the boys the season before. Premier League South Central Regional Tournament winners in 2018-19, 22-23 had remarkable success under Karma Glown. Matthew Laverty, Jamie Hermel, primary school teachers. Good defending here by them, and it had to be. Danger hasn't quite gone. But great energy from Lovelady, and throwing deep inside Wokingham territory. Southern Counties League and Surrey League winners 22-3. Imogen Helga and Lexi Harding hit 76 goals between them. Here's a good run again. What a game she's having. The number 11, Ivy Farrow. She's been unstoppable at times. She's so comfortable with the ball at her feet. Technically accomplished. Just seized the initiative there, trying to get another goal, having scored with the very first attack of the game. It was a phenomenal, astounding bit of ball carrying. Yeah, last season Wokingham, Surrey League London girls, first time winning Swansea District Festival, penalty shootout against East Cornwall. So they've certainly achieved success in the past. Lexi Harding, Sadie Poynton, full of goals over the years. Florence Gretton's on course to beat their records, actually. Boys are one of the strongest teams in the county as well. Lost on penalties to Liverpool in the last final. Here now come Liverpool. They want a third, and they'll get a third. Well, they've been unstoppable at times. They really have. Sophie Lovelady gets in on the scoring act, and their friends and family are loving this performance as she gathered the ball. Again, Farrow involved, slid the pass, got the better of Freya Hall, and it's 3-0 for the rampant Reds. They're swarming all over Wokingham, sharing the goals round as well. 3 different scorers, and sublime and sumptuous from Sophie, but hasn't been all one-way traffic. They did have that chance for Edith Miles, played in, and the ball just caressed the outside of the post. So we'll take some heart from that, but apart from that, it's been all Liverpool, really. Who've obviously nurtured plenty of players over the years. And our Woking are going to fall short against Liverpool again, as the boys did last year. They actually lost on penalties last final, but this is more convincing for Liverpool at the moment. A number of exciting players have emerged from both setups, really. For Woking, you had Reading and Chelsea's Jess Rawlings, part of the 2019-20 COVID hit years, and in the Wales under-17 Euro qualifiers. side for Southampton. 20 clean sheets in the first 24 games this season, including against Slough, Gloucester and Durham in this competition. But it's Liverpool who are dominating this first fixture. Bring you highlights of all the matches. Great to have your company on SFA TV, live on YouTube from all the matches. Jack Woodward talking you through the action. Pleasure and a privilege to be here. And some real talent on show. Burke carrying the ball forward. Danger coming from all areas. They've been full of hustle and bustle. Brighton breezy, like the weather. And Wokingham just had the one opportunity. Liverpool with 3 goals. The first, the opening minute, from Ivy Farrow with a breathtaking piece of individualism. Beat 3 or 4 challenges comfortably and then slotted into the roof of the net. Emanuela Nahema-Latu to follow that up. Lovelady got a third moments ago, and they'll keep pushing for more. That is for certain. We'll be announcing player of the match later. There's a few contenders already, aren't there? Amala White, vice-captain of Booker Avenue Juniors. White again. Good, crisp passing football. The movements eye-catching as well. Lovelady lifted by her goal. Lovelady of Liverpool has a ring to it, that, doesn't it? Ivy Farrow. Good defending by Freya Hall of Robert Piggott School. Well, Lydia Goldson wearing the cap to shield her glare from the bright sunshine. Hasn't had too much to do. She actually did get out well to Edith Miles in the one Wokingham chance. She just closed down the angle, maybe sowed a seed of doubt in the mind. Otherwise she might have found the corner. White for the irrepressible Lovelady. Bursting down the right, playing with that exuberance and effervescence of youth. Nice skill from Emanuela, but closed down by Gretton, leading by example, the captain. And Wokingham maybe can get themselves forward, but that's good covering by Temelade Bamigbade, wearing that captain's armband on the right arm. We will have penalty shootouts, by the way, today and the rest of the week if the matches finish level, but unlikely in this one, you'd think. Is it an unassailable lead, or can Wokingham get themselves back into it? Bouncing the ball on the turf. They've got a throw-in opportunity here, taken by Edie Goff of Graiseley in her second season. Coming up to the quarter hour, and that's the midway point of the 30-minute half. Hats off to the ground staff as well for preparing the pitch. Of course, the championship season's just come to an end. I've actually seen a few Stoke women's games. I've had a campaign with many good results. Well, in the National League Cup and in the league. Of course, all these girls have got great role models with the Lionesses nowadays. Won the Euros, looking to defend those. They're playing with a real spring in the step, and Wokingham are just hanging in there. All a Burke for Liverpool. 3-0 to the good, and 3 very good goals as well. A quarter of the way through this contest. as it's angled for Lovelady, who, well, I mean, she just looks a natural, doesn't she? And, you know, I'm going to have to start keeping the team sheets from these games, because I wouldn't be at all, you don't want to heap any pressure on them, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if in, 10 years' time, with the game developing as it is on the women's side, whether any of these might have a future, and that's what you want. You want them to have those goals and targets. Here's Bamig Barde. So, played for Lovelady, jinking, falling to the turf. Wokingham staying positive, and I like that from Howard, who's the vice captain of Hillside. And it was Alexa Howard's ball there, but just couldn't find its intended target. Well, they're not resting on their laurels, Liverpool, are they? But equally, Wokingham, you have to admire and applaud the fact that, yes, the scoreline's against them, but they're still staying together, showing that camaraderie. And in adversity, that's what they want. And obviously, there's a role for the coaches to play as well, just to make sure they keep believing. Got a bit of a pause in play here, and it'd be good to see as many substitutes. In fact, we do have a bit of treatment being applied, so obviously the welfare of the players is paramount, as Edie Goff is just going to take a breather. And good to see Nellie Grayson come on. So let's hope this is nothing serious. The Liverpool team are out there. Louise Rowan is the first aider. Eddie Hawthorne and coach Matty Schooler, the rest of their backroom team. One of these days we'll find out what's in the magic bag of the physio. But doesn't look anything too bad. Coming up to 18 minutes. 2 halves of 30. And 3-0's probably a fair reflection of Liverpool's superiority. Oh, another good bit of work by Amala White. And, well, it's mesmerising at times watching these Liverpool players. Yes, they've got the teamwork, but they're all capable of providing that little bit of magic. And Ivy Farrow certainly said abracadabra, and out popped the white rabbit from the black hat right at the start. And that just, the preparation. We've got another player down, this time of Wokingham, and they're going to take a check on that. So a little bit of a stoppage, but yeah, I mean, Wokingham didn't really know what had hit them, but it was Ivy Farrow who collected the ball. And when you think Stoke were a Premier League club for so many years, so some of the greats of the game have played here on this pitch, and that was worthy of any sort of footballing match with any gender at any age level from Ivy Farrow. And it, if we're looking at a goal of the week, then I think the first one we've seen in the whole week. Now we're going to have an enforced substitution here. Is going to be up there. Now, yeah, they've just made the sign to the bench. Now that's not what we want to see, but she's going to try and hobble off. So substitution to be made by Wokingham, and that's good to see. Applause from her teammates, showing they're all together, and she's going to need that help from her pals now. Coming up to 20 minutes on the clock, but we are going to get quite a bit of stoppage time. By the way, we've got cracking games to come the rest of the day. Liverpool in action again on the boys' side against Bexley. That's the next game. Then we've got under 12 boys, Manchester and Dartford, for another girls' game Brighton and Wirral to close off the day. Well, we're back underway. And Liverpool, again, looking to bewitch and bewilder. Lovelady, for once, doesn't get the run of the ball, though she has won a corner kick, as Freya Hall attempted to deal with her. Amala White on dead ball duty. Can she produce some inspiration from the set play? Low to the near post. Good. Well organised defence of Wokingham. 3-0 down. Can they just give themselves a little glimmer, a little smidgen of hope with a goal back before the break? Follow the Schools Football X page, Instagram, and all the different channels. Great to have your company on ESFA TV. Give us your comments and feel free to share with us any information, any friends and family and supporters of the various clubs about any of the players you want us to mention. Here's Lovelady and White, the goal scorers. Pharaoh, Nahema Latuta and Lovelady for the Reds of Liverpool. Wokingham's best chance for Edith Miles after a wonderful pass towards her. I think when she hit it, she thought she found a way past Lydia Goldson, the keeper, and into the net, but it just agonisingly, frustratingly hit the outside of the post. But they've actually, you know, bearing in mind that they conceded the first 2 goals after just 2 minutes of the game, the next 20, Wokingham can think, well, yeah, Liverpool have scored again, but we might have had a goal. So they've definitely settled into it. But they've just got so much ability, Liverpool. This is brilliant from Nahema Latuta. She just raced forward. It was like the party of the Red Sea there. She almost got all the way, but showed that hungry desire to stop her. Teaming up well did the Wokingham girls. Pharaoh, beautiful control. That's divine. In fact, it's Paisley Hannah over there. They're all so comfortable on the ball. Lovelady, with those white boots, using them to good effect, pinging in the cross. Nahema Latuta. And good tracking back by the wonderfully named Nicole Angel Olivier Lambressa. Rolls off the tongue. White. Along the turf. Really well created. This, oh, there's a flag up. Doesn't count. White and Kirk involved in the build-up. Was slotted into the back of the net, but the flag, in fairness, was raised straight away. So no 4th goal there for Liverpool. That would be harsh on Wokingham. I want to make sure the scoreline isn't too convincing in Liverpool's favour. And you have to remember, they've done so well to get to this final. Back for Goldson, who's shown good concentration levels. It's the mark of a good keeper. She has to make sure she stays sharp, even though most of the action's taking place in the other half. Burke with some nice trickery, and Paisley Hannah, who just had the ball in the net, but it was disallowed. Away by Freya Hall. Pharaoh, here she goes again. You know what the result's going to be. She got the first goal of the half, and now she has the 4th. Well, this is a sparkling display from her. Stella at Stoke. More sublime individual work from the number 11. Collected the ball. She's got such good balance and composure, and she's just passed it into the net. It's as if it was never in doubt. It's as if she was always believing she was going to score there. And, well, she's definitely going to be a contender for our player of the match later on, is Ivy Farrow. She's on a hat-trick now. She's got her second, her team's fourth, and Liverpool, barring a miraculous comeback, are going to be crowned champions here. But minimal bat lift, really. It's the technique there, and she's definitely one to watch. It's been incredible stuff from Ivy. It's going to be a goal-filled jamboree this week of ESFA football. Remember, right through the week we've got action tomorrow. Really busy day Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and then next weekend as well, as this is pushed out of play by Maisa Humu, proudly representing Embrook. It's rare when the ball boys are a lot older than the players on the pitch, providing our live coverage. In fairness, he's the photographer, really, just part-time ball boy, but thanks very much for that. As here's Hannah and Farrow. Well, once a tremendous first half treble. 3 minutes until the break, and we've been right on the edge of our seats. Astounding quality. I mean, sometimes you remember that these girls are all under 11s. I mean, it's wonderful to see. Double whammy. First 2 minutes. Farrow and Nahema Latuta. Lovelady later made it 3 after good chance for Wokingham for Edith Miles, and then Ivy Farrow moments ago becoming a brace bagger, pocketing a pair in the Potteries. It's with Nahema Latuta. She wants another goal of her own, and always seems to have extra time on the ball. She seems to have an aura and authority. Possibly the tallest player on the pitch. Oh, that's good work in a tight spot by Orla Burke. And now Ivy Farrow. Referee is Ollie Keel, assisted by Casper Ignatiuk, Paul Smith, and the fourth official Thomas Fogden. Thanks for their contribution. Also, everyone helping put this event together from the ESFA. Really is a team effort in every sense of the phrase. Bamig Bade, who's just got a calm presence about her. Good skill as well. Lovelady, closed down, good hassling and harrying. Energy from Wokingham. You certainly wouldn't know from the body language who's 4-0 up, which, again, that's to be appreciated from Wokingham. They'd love just to get themselves a goal. Liverpool were definitely favourites coming into this one, and they're justifying that pre-match billing. Combining graft and craft to stunning effect at times. Here's Emanuela Nahema Latuta. Lovelady. And still, is she going to go all the way here? No. That's exemplary defending. And then slid into touch. Really good from Nicole Angel, Olivier Lambressa. Had an impressive first year, in for a second season. She got over well there, because it's not easy to get the ball off Lovelady, or indeed any of these Liverpool players. And now it's played low by Sophie. Her choice is normally the correct one, and she did win her team a corner kick. Wind just picking up slightly, as you can see. Flapping more vigorously now, that corner flag. White with the corner, and it's cleared away. Burke. Well, really would be icing on the first half cake if Liverpool got a fifth, but that it would be a remarkable achievement for them, wouldn't it, if they were to go the whole tournament without conceding. They'll hope the commentator's curse hasn't struck for them there. Wokingham will hope it does. But they did have a great opportunity, sculpted beautifully from the back with a pinpoint pass, opening up the defence, and Edith Miles got forward well, but exasperatingly, just a low turf trimming shot just went wide. Referee Ollie looks at his watch and he's going to give him a breather. We did have a couple of stoppages. One of the Wokingham players did have to go off injured. Now, what can Florence Grattan do? Barged off the ball. Really used her presence there, did Nahema Latuta and Bamig Barde. St Cecilius for Goldson of Garston. Closing seconds of what's been a compelling first half of football. An emphatic, convincing display from Liverpool so far. They lead at half-time by 4 goals to 0. 2 for Pharaoh, 1 each for Nahema Latuta and Lovelady. Second half is up and coming. And what we will do for you is bring you a few replays of the goals. So if you missed them earlier on, and by the way, make sure you stay tuned because these are absolute crackers, especially the first, which came in the very first minute of the game. Okay, we are all set for the second half. Wokingham haven't so much got Ben Nevis to climb as Everest. It is a mountain in front of them, but good to see them jumping up and down. They were happy to be back out there. They're going to enjoy that day, whatever happens. You've just got to see it as another half, another chance to show what they're all about. And it will be Ava Tilley, substitute, who is going to start us off. She got the fourth against Tonbridge Angels in the 4-2 victory in the semi-final that secured their place on finals day. So both bosses, Stuart Perry of Wokingham and Eddie Hawthorne of Liverpool, along with their coaches Miguel Moreira and Matty Schooler respectively, will have had their say, and they're looking for the girls to absorb that information. It's another skill they learn as youngsters, isn't it? Just listening to their adult advice and absorbing it like sponges, then executing what's required of them. That's what they'll be trying to do here in the second half. But it was a flawless display from Liverpool, full of flair and poise and panache. And Ivy Farrow, I mean, I thought I was watching a a young Chloe Kelly there, the way she was crashing the ball into the net, was brushing aside all in front of her. Are we going to see more goals in this second half? It's the ESFA Under-11 Girls District Cup Final. 9 versus 9, 30 each way. Wokingham 0, Liverpool 4. Here come the Wokingham girls, and in particular Poppy Davis, another one of the substitutes, the number 9 from the Coombs, looking to make an impact off the bench. But, well, Lydia Goldson's used to keeping clean sheets, shutout after shutout after shutout. They're an obdurate, resilient bunch in the rear guard, as well as all the buccaneering, swashbuckling football they produce going forward. And we've seen examples of that from Ivy twice, Emanuela and Sophie. Forward towards Emanuela, Nehema Latuta. We have seen some good defending, and they've had to do that. Alexa Howard forward, better this from Wokingham. And now Diasha. Oh, lovely work again by Emanuela. How about this for a run? Didn't quite have the finish, but that's a really good defending. And yeah, the movement's almost balletic, isn't it, as she collected the ball. But really good stuff that from Nellie Grayson, because Nehema Latuta towers over her, physically imposing. She's got all the skills and the flicks and the tricks as well. But, you know, Nellie, even though it was a tough task, she stuck to it and she got the challenge in. Great stuff. Liverpool raiding down the right. Has that been kept in play? Well, he had to have an eagle eye, didn't he, the linesman there, but he's said it hasn't quite trickled over the perimeter. It can be tricky to judge, of course, can it, with the not playing on the full pitch and those lines marking out the 9 versus 9. I would say it's a carpet, but it's, I suppose, with the World Snooker Final happening at the moment, it's a green baize. Who's going to pocket the win? You'd think Liverpool are well and truly in the frame for victory, to lift that trophy. They've done it multiple times over the years. It's just a name synonymous with football success, Liverpool, in SFA terms and in general terms. Can be a difficult situation, not only for the team who are so far behind in the game, and there has been sort of a golfing inability there, but also a team who are leading so comfortably, because you've got to try and just be of the mindset, well, we need to keep pushing for more. We can't get into that comfort zone. Good running this by Paula Burke, eating up the turf. And it takes a little ricochet, and here's the shot. Good save. Well done to the keeper. Danger hasn't gone. Was driven in by the sub, Harriet Wenton. Wanted to get in on the scoring act, the number 12 from St Anthony of Padua. Took a couple of ricochets, but well done to Isabel Houghton there, the goalkeeper of Radstock. I mentioned she made a remarkable save in the semi-final, pushing the ball onto the post to help them get here. She might be required here again, and does! Great stop! Fabulous from Isabel Houghton. Thou shalt not pass. Great positioning, because Emanuela Nehema Latuta thought she made it 5-0 there. But Houghton with his second save in quick succession, and that was the most impressive. And we do have a problem for Harriet Wenton, who's just come off the bench, the number 12, who came close to scoring herself not too long ago. And out comes Louise, first aider, and fingers crossed, everything else crossed for Harriet. that she'll be able to resume. But yeah, that was inspired from Isabel. Worthy of Mary Earps or Hannah Hampton, the Lionesses, because hit that with power, didn't she, Emanuela Nahemela-Tuta? But Houghton using the gloves to good effect. She's just feeling her hands there as if, because such was the ferocity and velocity of that stroke. It was from quite close range, but yeah, she's made her stern stuff. So repeating her semi-final heroics and keeping the scoreline to 4. We will have trophy presentation before the next game, so that the boys' turn of Liverpool to take on Bexley. Looking forward to that one. They've set a high standard, haven't they? These girls. Wokingham played their part. Hit the outside of the post through Edith Miles. A couple of good saves there from Houghton. And we'll be announcing player of the matches as well. It's quite a responsibility, that, because there's so many contenders already. Now, she's been on the surface sitting down for a while, but medical treatment being given. And we'll be able to resume proceedings fairly soon, we hope. Remember, every game brought to you live on our YouTube channel this week. And Harriet Wenton is onto her feet, so that is really good to see. Not sure she's going to be able to continue, but good assistance being given to her, because you've been contributing well, actually. Wokingham have avoided further damage, down to the excellence of their keeper in this second half. 2 30-minute periods. And they're just trying to make sure she's in a position to continue. Not sure what the nature of the collision was. They all really want to enjoy their day. The home of Stoke City Football Club. Thanks to everyone at the club for helping put this on. And she'd just gone off for a breather of her own there, had Isabel, fresh from her shot-stopping heroics. Certainly that's a save of the game so far to thwart Emanuela Nahemela-Tuta. She's all right, Harriet Wenton, and running pacily back onto the pitch and getting involved again. That's fabulous to witness. The fact they're 4-0 down reminds me of a quote from an actor, I think, in a motivational video. The lows make the highs higher. So they've been through the mill here of Wokingham, but they could just get themselves a goal. How good would that feel? They've probably gone in the mindset, well, yeah, we lost the first half 4-0, but let's see how we can get on in the second half in comparison. And so far, the signs are good when you consider that they did concede 2 goals right at the start of the first half. They've avoided that, as this is scooped up towards the danger zone. Now, Humu. A lot of the subs have been utilised already. Orla Burke started the game. Navir de Asher, Liverpool replacement. Ivy Farrow stayed on for obvious reasons, as that one just ran over the edge of the pitch. Poppy Davis to pop the ball to a teammate to take this throw in. Mesa Humu, perhaps to launch one. Who was it? The Stoke player who sort of made an art of the long throw. It was Rory Delap, I think, on the men's side. It's a big part of the game now, the long throw. And Yagorno slotting forward, but out comes Isabel Houghton. Can she keep a second half clean sheet? She's going to volley this one forward towards Howard. Here she goes again. Nahema Latuta manoeuvred nicely. Just took a tumble in the box there, did Anya Gornell. Linesman flags for a corner kick. Gornell, the number 5, to take it. It's going to be a right wing, right boot scenario. The red shirt next to the red flag. Headed away by Gretton. And now Farrow. Well, she wants that match ball, doesn't she? She's already scored twice. Wenton for Bamig Barde. And now Nahema Latuta. Oh, she's done it. It's a hat-trick, and it's fully deserved. She's adorned this under-11 Girls District Cup final with her individual brilliance. Celebration time for Liverpool, and in particular for Ivy Farrow. She's just a natural. She looks so comfortable with the ball at her feet. It's mesmerising. It's magnificent. It's Ivy Farrow with a tremendous treble at Stoke City Football Club on this Sunday in early May in the ESFA. 3 for Ivy Farrow, 5 for Liverpool. And I think all the goals have contained different strands of her ability, if you like. It's the ball at her feet. It's almost like an extension of her body. Is the ball? She's just running forward with it. It's always under her control as she goes again. And then the thing is, you need the finish to match, and she's got that. It's hard on Wokingham, but football's about putting the ball in the back of the net. It's the hardest thing to do, and Liverpool have done it 5 times. Just that one oasis of hope in a desert of difficulty for Wokingham was their chance to Edith Miles in the first period, when she sprinted forward, was alert, aware from the through ball, but couldn't quite slide it into the corner. Apart from that, Liverpool have had all the chances, really, and they've converted 5 of them. Good to see Harriet Wenton, after that lengthy treatment, showing no ill effects, and here she is with the challenge against her opposing number 12, who actually comes through there, Alexa Howard. And now it's Lana Eunice of our ladies Bishop Eton. Quite a few of the substitutes have been used for both teams. Here's a shot. Oh, so close to one back. They nearly had their consolation, and it had to be the captain. Florence Gretton has been so full of goals this season. She's got a capacity for the spectacular. Oh, she hit that wonderfully. Just curled away from the post at the last minute, but minimal backlift, maximum power from Florence Gretton. She's had a goal-filled season. She nearly had one on the big stage there. Will she get a better chance? As we've got the physios back out. We've had actually quite a few stoppages in this game, as Gretton just considers what might have been. We are going to have a change, and she showed real battling qualities, did Harriet, to come back on. I think it's a facial injury, and they tried to patch her up and get it going again, but she's realised she's not going to be able to carry on. But she'll go and get some further assistance. So keep your head up, Harriet, and I'm sure everything will be all right. She gave a good cameo and display of her abilities when she was on the pitch. Well, the nearly story for Wokingham. Before the break, Edith Miles hit one against the outside of the post low, and that time, in a flash, Florence Gretton, with an abundance, a plethora of hat-tricks this season, almost got herself on target, the captain, but no save required by Lydia Goldson. But she's kept pushing her team on, has Florence. Now it's with Nahema Latuta embarking on another trademark burst, then holding it up for Orla Burke. Great footwork again, quick feet, clever feet, and quite a feat for Liverpool to be 5-0 up in a final. Yes, they were tipped to win it, but with being favoured like that, there comes great responsibility and pressure, and they dealt with it well. Back goes Mesa Humu, tenacious and combative. Showing good respect for each other, working hard, showing a real desire, both sides. Gretton plays the pass for Davis. Good little cushion ball by Paisley Hannah. In goes Howard, and now Florence Gretton making things tick, the driving force, heartbeat of this Wokingham team. But here come Liverpool, they want to make it half a dozen. Emanuela Nahema Latuta through the middle, good save with the legs this time. That's her third good stop of this second half. Isabel Houghton, she has used her gloves and this time the legs to make herself large, provided a barrier, and on that occasion Nahema Latuta ran into a cul-de-sac. Danger coming from all areas. Oh, that's a terrific goal. They have 6. They've been awesome. They've been amazing. Orla Burke, take a bow. And Ivy Farrow has inspired her teammates here. Burke, brilliant, bewitching, bright as a button, outside of the boot. So good, so impressive. And Liverpool with goal after goal after goal. 4 in the first half, now 2 in the second. They're 6-0 up. They'll be absolutely desperate not to concede, by the way, given the fact they've got a full set of clean sheets. Four different scorers now for the team in red. The substitutes certainly haven't weakened the teams. In fact, I think the captain's going to have a breather now. Temilade Bamigbade, taking the armband off. She's looked good, solid at the back. And Emanuela Nahema Latuta, one of the goal scorers, is also going off. I think we've got a rolling substitute situation here. I thought that was the case, where players can be withdrawn and then come back on later. I think that's a good idea because it's a big pitch, even though they've reduced it a little bit for the 9 versus 9. But it's nice for Amala White to have the armband. She is the vice captain, so skipper's gone off and she now takes her place And Isla Kirk is back out there with less than 10 minutes to go. Gretton. She's kept the intensity and focus. You look to your captain, and she had that pea shooter of a shot, didn't she? Which she lashed forward along the grass, almost found a goal. And I think the neutral watching this would be willing Wokingham to get one. I know it's not what Liverpool would want to hear. They'll be very keen to restrict them, but the attitude and application, industry, endeavour, it's all been there from Wokingham, even though they are gonna lose this game heavily. And they've kept pushing. That's it. Good applause for a player who's going off, and that her involvement, and also Edie Goff of Graiseley coming back on. Can they get their goal? Liverpool out to stop them. Humu on the turn, finds the angle. Oh, good stuff this by Poppy Davis, but then closed over by Farrow. Well, she's not only a flair player, she doesn't mind rolling her sleeves up. And of course, what's that famous quote? Genius, 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. Well, she showed the perspiration and the effort there. You've got to earn the right to play when you've got that technical ability, and that just spreads belief through the team, doesn't it, when your star player tracks back and wins the ball like that. Here they come again with Lovelady. Boundless energy, these young players. Oh, nice flick. Just went out of play though. And Paisley Hannah. And now Farrow again for Deasha. And here goes Lovelady. Oh, nice work by Freya Hall, not for the first time. Reading the situation, good presence of mind, shielding the ball, and decided to roll it out of play, didn't lunge in. Can't afford any lapses in concentration, can you, against this vibrant, buoyant Liverpool side. Left wing corner. Sunday lunchtime. Plenty of hunger here from Farrow, but it's through this time for Houghton. She's made some good saves actually, Isabel. Otherwise it would have been an even bigger scoreline in favour of Liverpool. Punts the ball through the centre. Good work by Paisley Hannah, and now Isla Kirk plays the pass. She just straight offside though, had gone out. And it's into the middle of the pitch again. A cushion pass, a perfect pass for Paisley Hannah. It just ran away through her, but they've organised themselves well. They have done better in the second half, Woking. They just need a big final push now to see if they can keep it at 6 and maybe just get themselves an opportunity to score. Into the closing chapter of this particular ESFA Under-11 Girls District Cup story. The plot was set really with the 2 goals in the first 2 minutes for Liverpool. They've never looked back. But a plucky Wokingham have dug in there, shown some quality, good saves from the keeper. And a couple of chances here now is Paisley Hannah racing forward. Has she got the finish? Good work again by the keeper. Raced off a goal line like a rabbit out the traps there. Good stuff by Isabel Houghton. And yes, she's been busy, but she's shown the full range of attributes. Deasha, sublime work, played it to the left of Hannah, who's showing great fitness level. She's one of the smallest girls on the pitch, but she's getting forward well. As we come to the dying embers, they've kept freshening things up, shuffling the pack off the bench, and Wokingham just going to fall short. It's been a memorable run, but just like the boys losing to the final to Liverpool last year, they're going to fall short in the final reckoning. But there are no losers really. You've just got to say, well, we've gone and we've played on this terrific pitch, a great famous stadium, and we've got to the final, we've got to that showpiece event, we've earned our day out. And Liverpool, they have delivered on the big stage. 6-0 in the semi-final. They're going to repeat that scoreline in the final, or are they going to get a 7th? No, because another good save. Well, she's been Wokingham's player of the match as the keeper Isabel Houghton, and Liverpool kept out again. And well, you know what, I'd actually give her a chance. Yeah, we only tend to announce the winner of player of the match, but there have been some good contenders. I've got to say, from Wokingham's point of view, it's always difficult, isn't it? Because you don't like to single out individuals too much, because what they're preaching at these schools and these organisations for the youngsters is that everyone's just as important as each other. And yes, some do take the glory, some do grab the headlines. Naturally, in football, it tends to be the goal scorers, but equally, you know, you're only as good as your team dynamic. And I know that is to be put out there as a message. However, football is about stars and heroes, and listen, having said it's a difficult decision, as that free kick flies wide from Lovelady, who himself was definitely in the frame, there can be no doubt that the player of this match is the number 11 for Liverpool, Ivy Farrow. And the way she just, it's that carpe diem phrase, seize the day, go out there, make the most of your moment, and she did it right from the first whistle. First minute, a dancing, delightful dribble, and the finish to match to make it 1-0. She got 2 further goals. Ivy Farrow is our first player of the match. But special mention definitely to the Wokingham keeper, Isabel Houghton. Really good second half saves. The captain, Florence Gretton's, kept them pushing forward. You've got a role as a captain, haven't you, when your team are being well beaten? And so she, with a chance as well. And for Liverpool, I have to say, Orla Burke, who scored, Lovelady, Nahema Latuta, many stellar performances. We're into stoppage time at the end of the game. Wokingham hoping for a goal, but this is a great bit of running by White. We've seen that several times, and it's not only Farrow, the hat-trick star and player of the match, who's done it. Several of them, as well as the slick, quick, sick passing. Isla Kirk. Over goes Maisahumu. Make sure you stay tuned throughout in the pauses on our broadcast for the trophy presentations. Liverpool can look forward to theirs. Still we play. Still time for Wokingham to try and get themselves a goal, and maybe they can here. This could be their moment. Good ball carrying out, comes the keeper, makes the save, and it's followed in, and they have got their goal. Fantastic stuff from Wokingham. Ava Tilley on the follow-up, and they really deserve that moment. They've given it absolutely everything in this big final. First of all, it was the pace, the energy, the application of the number 8, Edie Goff, who forced the save from Lydia Golson. That's the first goal Liverpool have conceded in this season's competition, and it comes right at the end in stoppage time. So they haven't got the clean sheet. They are going to win the trophy, but I think neutrals watching will be absolutely thrilled for Wokingham there. Well done to them and to Ava Tilley. A combination between her and initially Edie Goff, and Tilley was terrific. So happy to be alert to follow that one home. There is the final whistle. Congratulations to Liverpool. They're our first winners of the week. They are the champions. Under-11 Girls District Cup final between Wokingham and Liverpool here. The Super Reds. A hat-trick from brilliant player of the match, Ivy Farrow. Further goals from Emanuela Nahima Latuta, Sophie Lovelady and Orla Burke. Isabel Houghton made good saves for Wokingham in the second half to restrict the damage. They did have chances for Edith Miles in the first half, captain Florence Gretton in the second, and then the golden moment did come. A triumph for persistence, perseverance, and the ability never to give up the ghost. There's a good lesson there, and well done to Edie Goff with the run and the goal from sub Ava Tilley as it finishes Wokingham 1, Liverpool 6. Liverpool will receive the trophy shortly. And here's a chance to see the key moments. First goal was a cracker. A moment to treasure, to cherish, to savour. Time for the post-match photos, all part of the big match day experience for these fabulous youngsters. They've really flown the flag for their organisations, for their schools, for their friends and families. They've turned out to create really nice atmosphere. There's a contented chatter around the stadium, a murmur pervading the venue of appreciation for all the hard work put in by everyone involved. There's the trophy, and they'll be getting their hands on it very soon. The officials did really well. The presentations from Nick Loftus, the ESFA chair, and Andrea Chilton, the CEO of the ESFA, looking very relaxed in the sunglasses there, and very smart as well, worthy of the occasion. But well done to the officials. Ollie Keel, the ref, assisted by Casper Ignatia, Paul Smith, and the fourth official, Thomas Fogden. Well, no doubt in my mind about player of the match. She deserved it. What a performance. Ivy Farrow, fabulous. A wonder goal in the first minute. She kept pushing on. She got two more, and a modest winner. And I like that from her teammates as well, all supporting her. Applause. Standout performer, but they were all superstars. Well, here's the runners-up medals. Well done by Isabel Houghton, and good to see the injured player there. She's in the wheelchair because there was quite a nasty incident. She just got the ice pack on the right foot, so hopefully nothing too bad. There's the captain, Florence Gretton, who had a terrific effort in the second half, nearly scored. And Nicole Angel, Olivier Lambressa, Freya Hall made some important contributions. Edie Goff, who did have a hand in the goal. They did get the goal. Great run forward. She was stopped, and follow-up from Ava Tilley. There was Alexa Howard and Nellie Grayson. Poppy Davis. And here she is, Ava Tilley. She'll always remember her goal. Live on YouTube. Her family will be watching it back, won't they? And fully merited. Love that. The fact that they kept going. Such a good lesson that for these young kids. 6-0 down. Tough opponents. But keep believing in yourself and you get your moment. And that's what they did. Lydia Galton couldn't keep that one out, but she did really well. And what a season. What a season. That was the only goal they conceded in the whole competition. Captain Temilade Bamigbade, she'll be the player who'll be getting her hands on the trophy first. Orla Burke, she's got a lovely goal second half, didn't she? Not a bad day for Ivy Farrow. Player of the match, hat-trick and winner's medal. Amala White. And there, Paisley Hannah. Isla Kirk. Sophie Lovelady hit the scoring trail, as did Emanuela Nahema Latuta. Well done to Anya Gornell. Good in that second half. Harriet Wenton. She went off a couple of times, but I think she's all right, and that's everyone in the squad getting a winner's medal. Lovely smile, and that's what it means to them. There's Jake from ESFA, marshalling operations there. Great work from all the teams, Sarah and everyone else. Fantastic stuff. Here it comes then, the trophy lift. She'll have dreamed of this moment last night. Temilade Bamigbade, the proud captain of Liverpool. They were favourites coming into this, and they lived up to their billing. Here it goes, time to savour it, time to celebrate. The ESFA Under-11 Girls District Cup champions for 2025 are Liverpool. So well done to the Liverpool girls. Next up, it's time for their boys to take centre stage. It's the ESFA Under-11 Boys District Cup 9 versus 9 final kick-off at 1:30 p.m. and Liverpool will be taking on Bexley. Looking forward to that one. We'll have it all live, exclusive and uninterrupted right here.
Bexley versus Liverpool. Plenty of others when they come back out to contest this particular match. It's the 9 versus 9 Boys District Cup National Final game coming up for you in about 10 minutes or so. Before the match, let's give just a quick reminder that this is a no vaping stadium, so if you need a vape, make your way to the concourse and we'll let that be back at the stadium to vape outside, obviously smoking outside of the stadium. So we are just a few minutes away from kick-off. At 1:30 this afternoon for Bexley versus Liverpool. It's good enough for you.
Time for game 2 of 4 on this sunny Sunday in Stoke. Liverpool back in action. The girls have just turned on the style in getting past a spirited Wokingham. Now it's the under-11 boys District Cup, 9 versus 9. Chance for silverware, a chance for stardom. Liverpool are actually in blue this time, just to keep you on your toes. It's Bexley who will play in red, just posing for the pre-match photo. They've had the experience of being in behind the scenes in the dressing rooms, making that walk out of the famous tunnel here at this splendid stadium. And Bexley and Liverpool are both ready, willing, able and raring to go in this one. Bexley with Niall Brathwaite, the number 99 in goal. Their outfield players, Josiah Saniez of St Joseph's Primary, Harrison Haywood, Bayran Essis Cheek, Joshua Hunt's the captain, Rome Cumberbatch, Kay Parker, Charlie Hancock and Travis Wong. On the bench, Ethan Gowie, Nana Ochenesa, Joshua King and Kemuel Sisu, team manager Bill Hutchins, coach Kevin Carter. As for Liverpool in blue, Francis Martin in goal, outfield players Cohen Corners the captain, Afua Ahirza Kale, Kingsley Godwin, Chigozie, Joshua Nweze, Joseph Pritchard, Josh Wakefield, Sebastian Walker and Leo Winfield. On the bench, Oscar Bennett, Ozil Mbapu, Deacon Redhead, Oscar Pennington and Raymond O'Donnell. Team managers Paul Gow, coaches Vikas Sharma. And they're just in the little huddle there, that's good to see. Team spirit from both sides, together as one for all for one. Three Musketeers mentality. The referee for this one is Kasper Ignatiuk. Like the way they switch around, actually, the linesmen and the refs for the various games. Thomas Fogden and Paul Smith, the assistants, and this time Ollie Keel, who ref the last one, is the fourth official this time, showing versatility in the officials department as well. Really enjoyed the first game. Got action all week. Proud captains Josh Hunt of Bexley, Cohen Corner of Liverpool. And we'll be underway shortly. 30 minutes each way. The action, I'm sure, will be fast and frantic. They've set quite a benchmark, the girls, earlier. Some dazzling football. Spectacular stuff. 6-1 for Liverpool. How will this one go? Make sure you stay tuned. Schools Football. Go to the handle Schools Football on X, formerly Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the different social media, the website as well for all the details. Great work from the team, giving you the best coverage. Behind the scenes, close up to the action. And Kasper, who will be a friendly referee, I'm sure. You have to take on a headmaster's role, don't you, as well as a football referee in these conditions. And off we go then, the under-11 boys strutting their stuff on this excellent Stoke playing surface. But it's Liverpool who settle into it with an early attack, and they've squeezed it over for Sebastian Walker, joint top scorer with 6 goals in this season's competition, the Bishop Eaton. But now it's actually got 2 players wearing 95, but it looks like the names are on the back. So the 2 95s are Rome Cumberbatch, namesake of Benedict, and Kai Parker, who's from Days Lane Primary. As this is knocked into touch, first minute, 0-0. We saw 2 goals in the first couple of minutes in the last game. Throw-in launched forward. So much enterprise and energy, full of ideas, looking to apply those ideas. And it's with Bexley on the break. The searching ball dealt with well by Walker. Liverpool, the title holders, looking to win this for the 4th year running. Can they keep that remarkable sequence going? As for Bexley, hoping to win this trophy for the first time since 2002 at under-11 level. They had some brilliant victories on the way to the final. 3-2 at Orpington and Bromley, 2-1 at Medway, 7-4 at Wandsworth, as they watch this long-range effort from Liverpool go over the bar. Nothing to concern Niall Brathwaite in goal. He's of May Place Primary. He's gone to retrieve the ball. Relieved to see that one fly over. Yeah, they won 2-1 at Southampton in the quarter. In the semi, a 4-3 home win. So they've got the pedigree. So too have Liverpool. Looking at their sequence, 11-0, 4-0, 5-2 at Warrington, 2-1 at Gloucester in the quarter. In the semi, a 1-0 win over Sunderland. They ground it out. Got the job done. And Brathwaite, how busy will he be? So much to look forward to on ESFA TV on our live streams. Good bit of play there by Chigozie Joshua Noise. And here's a rasping drive. Wow, that was some hit. A real howitzer of a shot from way out. And that wasn't far from a stunning opener. Look at that from number 11, Josh Wakefield, the vice-captain of Much Woolton. He blasted that one. It just rose a little bit too much. He went for a blockbuster, nearly a worldie from Wakefield. Well, early signs are encouraging here. They're not phased at all, these kids. They're just playing for the sheer joy, the love of football. They'll have worked hard in training together. Maybe the odd bit of mind wandering towards the football during double maths, you never know. But they're just happy to be out there. Nice break from the school routine. It's Bank Holiday Sunday, long weekend. And in the middle of the long weekend, you got a nice ESFA final. It's with Liverpool and Wakefield for Cohen Corner. Heartbeat work rate is a notable part of his play. Scored against Sunderland, big goal, and Gloucester in the run to the final. Remember, got the Pokemon Cup here this season at Stoke, which we'll have for you after this week of action. Remember having a chat with Pikachu at a past event in Derby, I think it was, maybe Leicester. But great to have this facility. We've still got the PlayStation Cups at the Hawthorns West Brom as well, so we're doing a nice tour of the big grounds. 5th minute, 0-0. Couple of efforts driven over the bar by Liverpool. Neither keepers had to make a save yet, but it's away by Byron S's cheek, Brampton Primary. All to play for. Had 7 goals in the last game. Maybe this will be a more cagey affair. Wakefield has already hammered a shot, fractionally over the bar. Best moment of the match so far. Bexley and red. Looking to cause some havoc with this delivery. As Wong good build-up play this from Bexley, with Byron getting involved in a tight spot, looking to fashion something. Coming to the 6-minute mark. Goalless, but not soulless. There's pride and passion aplenty. They're looking like well drilled outfits for sure. All know their jobs. As the challenge comes in from Chigozie, attempting to win the ball back for his team. Now, in goes Wakefield. grappling for supremacy with Charlie Hancock, forward of Wood Primary. So it's going to be a corner kick. So we whipped in by Ron Cumberbatch with those bright yellow boots. You know, if I do occasionally get Cumberbatch and Parker mixed up, it's because they've got the same number. And the way the sun's glinting on the shirts, you can't always necessarily make out the names, but we'll get there. Here's corner, losing out. Hancock wants it, tries to guide it on, and well, they are getting involved. Parker and Cumberbatch for Bexley. Corner, nice work in the middle. Relax in height, he makes up for in technical ability. Sometimes you don't have to be tall to have a presence on a pitch either. He's certainly got that, oozes that sort of authority, command, as you want from your captain, Matthew Arnold School. Isaac will be with you tomorrow, by the way, and back on Tuesday for what's going to be a great day of 5 matches. You try and keep me away from these events. They're always so enjoyable, and it's down to the quality of the football, but also just the way there's such a freedom of expression out there, and the players, the staff and the friends and family adding to the occasion, making it a nice environment and a good atmosphere. Here now come Liverpool, hoping to break the deadlock, and maybe they've got something up their sleeve here with Walker getting to the byline. He just ran out of room though, did Seb Walker. He's been unbelievable this season according to the researcher that's given us this information, especially in the big games. Vital goal against Gloucester he scored, by the way, and a hat-trick against Manchester did Sebastian. He's the number 14 for Liverpool. 9 gone, 0-0. Both teams showing urgency, striding with purpose upfield, and Walker will be on dead ball duty, charged with the responsibility from the set piece. He's got a few players to pick out there. In it comes then, left-footed. Oh, he's gone for goal, and it's pushed over the bar by Brathwaite. It dipped and it swerved awkwardly for the Bexley keeper. Good technique that from Walker. Thought he was going to cross it for a teammate, but he went for goal, got over the 2-player wall, and that's excellent goalkeeping. That was a difficult one to deal with for Bexley's player between the posts, but he was a superstar there, because that could easily have gone in. Danger hasn't gone. It's played now for corner. He'll try and clip one towards the top corner, but Brathwaite, who's been the busier keeper so far, makes another sterling contribution. But yeah, maybe it was a cross-come shot, but I do think he was going for goal there, Walker. And now he's trying to get the better of Harrison Haywood, and he does. Slots the pass, but the whistle had been blown. That wouldn't have counted, as Noise St Cuthberts couldn't find a way past the keeper anyway. Chigozie Joshua Noise has scored crucial goals, including in the semi of the Everton Cup. Back now with Francis Martin, the Liverpool keeper. He's got good distribution, I'm told, from Blessed Sacrament School. Super clean sheet in the semi against Sunderland, and made some big saves in that game, did Francis. Forward now by Joshua Hunt, the captain, Northumberland Heath Primary, trying to pick out a teammate. 12th minute, no goals yet. We were spoilt really in the first game with the netting rippling on several occasions. Now it's Afua Ahizakale, loses out though, and it's Byron Assis Cheik for Bexley. up into the early afternoon air. And Liverpool looking the more threatening, but Bexley standing firm, hoping to get something on the break. Now it's with Kingsley Godwin. Sudley, recently signed for Liverpool. Well done, Kingsley. Speed and tactical awareness, allowing them to play the high line. And Godwin's throwing in now. Here's corner. Will he go for goal? Well, he seems to be caught in two minds about there. He kicks the ground in annoyance as he just couldn't quite make the most of that situation. He's clearly got high standards, wearing that bright captain's armband. Maybe it's just going to be the one goal that wins it. By the way, if it is level, just to remind you, we would go to the thrills and the drama of a penalty shootout. I'm sure we'll see plenty of those over the next week. Jack Woodward talking you through the action. Pleasure and a privilege to be here. You're more than welcome wherever you're watching our live stream today. Godwin just took a little ricochet there off Travis Wong. Good work in the centre. Corner, shielding the ball and inducing the foul from Assis Cheek. And we have a free kick. I think Wakefield is going to take it. Fantastic ball carrier, and he also can ping over a set piece. Well, that really was the impudence, the confidence of youth there. Really, no inhibitions. Thought he'd try his luck from way out. You never know. Not that he's old enough to enter the lottery, but if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the raffle. And he's gone for an unlikely goal. At least it goes down as a shot on target. You never know, it could catch the breeze. Trying to get some action on the ball there. Wakefield was a key part of their transition play, actually creative. He did score a wonder goal against St Helens in what could turn out to be a league decider for them, helping to secure a win. So perhaps not a surprise to see him try the outrageous there. Coming up to the quarter-hour mark. It's fascinating stuff, this. Absorbing fair schools football. This is a good bit of running by Leo Winfield, really positive, going for the jugular. His first significant piece of play, and Winfield has won his team a free kick right on the edge of the box. Bishop Eaton's finest, playing a year up, showing maturity, moments of magic high at the pitch. His work rate is off the scale, and we saw it there. So much hunger and desire, grit and determination. Now then, two-player wall. Cohen corner, what's he got up his sleeve? It's a good delivery. Tried to knock it goalwards there, did Chigozie. Joshua Nwazi, but unable to find a way past Niall Brathwaite, who looks a very, very competent goalkeeper. Because he's had a few awkward balls played in towards him. Well, it can be made to look silly when you do a bit of crystal ball gazing. I'm not a soothsayer, but you'd probably say it's hard to call this. I think Liverpool are getting forward more. They have more of the ball in the territory, but it might just only be the one goal. It's got that sort of feel to it, this game. Here's corner, and it's almost playing like the away team. I mean, they're both away teams, effectively, but Bexley almost trying to absorb the pressure and hit them on the counter, and they have won themselves a free kick into the second half of the first half. 30 minutes each way. Has to be a winner at the end of it. Joshua Hunt, the captain, just inside his own half, launches forward, had a speared on, but the flag had been raised against Bayram. That's his cheek. And it remains 0-0. It's not as hot as it was a few days ago, but still good to have some sunshine. Now it's with Parker, and Bayram has been prominent, got in a bit of a tangle there with corner. Got good options on the bench, both teams. Here's Wakefield again, generates good power. Nice trajectory on that one as well. Attempts to win the ball there does Winfield unsuccessfully. And forward come the Reds of Bexley. Locked in combat. Working like Trojans. And disappointed there, Bexley not to get the decision. Wakefield is clearly a key player for Liverpool. Are we going to have a scoreless half? In contrast to what we just witnessed, we're going to see lots of different types of games here as well. Sometimes it's not always about goal after goal, is it? It's about admiring good defending, admiring teamwork, and finding a way, problem solving. You've got to huff and you puff. You've got to try and, even if you're exploring every avenue and you're getting the doors slammed in your face, you've got to try and find a way of getting into the ascendancy. And with Winfield on the pitch, they'll feel anything is possible, but equally Bexley have got some good individual players like Charlie Hancock, we saw that. And Godwin up against Hancock. It is a free kick. 19 gone, 0-0. And Hunt again will send this one towards the penalty area. Ethan Gowie's just come on. Can he do something with his first touch? Godwin is the wall. Hunt spins it, perhaps trying to catch keeper Martin off his line, but goes harmlessly over the bar. No. Sailing harmlessly behind. 20 gone. Are we going to see a goal in this final 10 minutes of the first period at Stoke City? Did really well to secure their championship status yesterday with a draw against Derby. Excellent from Mark Robbins, and everyone happy at the ground. It's a fantastic traditional club, this. Such a wonderful history, and great for ESFA to be part of it. Nice relationship we have with the Potters. Corner leaves the throw in for Kingsley Godwin. They've actually got Deacon Redhead on the bench of Liverpool, so that one comes through for Brathwaite of Bexley, the keeper. He's got an energy and intensity about him that lifts the whole team. Increased the tempo of the game against Warrington in the 5-2 win. They were 2-0 up, then 2-2. Then he really did inspire them, Deacon, and he's one of their substitutes, so good options. They've got Oscar Pennington there as well. He's made key saves against St Helens this year. Ozil and Barpu also to call on. It was incredible against Sunderland. Oscar Bennett and the Bexley subs. Ethan Gowey, Nana O'Hannessy, Josh King and Kemal Sisu. Clear chances have been few and far between here. Walker takes a tumble. Still a refreshing breeze. Really nice conditions for watching and playing football. Throw in Bexley to be launched in by Harrison Haywood of Hurst Primary. Bayron, that's his cheek. Well, I think he intended that as a shot, took a deflection. Good pressure applied by Charlie Hancock. They've won a corner. Could this be the moment to open the scoring? A tight affair. Nothing to choose between the sides. It's their first corner of the game. Bexley hoping there's a goal to come from it. In towards that near post. And sub Ethan Gowey making a nuisance of himself. Couldn't quite get the deflection he wanted on that. Second bite of the corner taking Cherry. And corner like a magnet to the ball in the box. Kept alive. Busy. Kai Parker. Harrison Haywood with another dead ball scenario, this time a throw in deep inside Liverpool territory. They're evenly matched, these outfits, aren't they? And header glanced on by Charlie Hancock. Well, there was almost too much action for the highlights reel in the last game. Not so much for this one, but you know, they're both giving their utmost, and that's the beauty of football. Things can change in an instant. Who's going to take the ball by the horns, really scruff of the neck time and say, well, I'm going to make my mark. I'm going to really produce a Dear Diary moment. Don't know whether kids this age keep diaries nowadays, but they're certainly going to remember this day for a long time. Walker, after typical tenacity from Winfield. They've progressed down the right side of the pitch there, coming up to the 25-minute mark. This one will be left for Liverpool's Joseph Pritchard of Florence Melly. Pritchard about to take this throw in. He's versatile, can play as a 6 or an 8, invaluable composure under pressure as well. Vital header against St Helens, ending St Helens' unbeaten run. He's got good game intelligence. He was on throw-in taking duty there, the Liverpool number 8. That one goes high. Neither team got into much rhythm yet. Hoping for a flow and a fluency to the game, but it's been slightly scrappy, but all to play for. It's really on the proverbial knife edge. Lovely skill. And was there a little nibble? Just Parker. Mercurial. And through for the keeper. I think it's going to take something pretty special to get the better of either custodian, because Niall Brathwaite's dealt with some awkward deliveries into the box well, and Francis Martin looks a dependable, reliable pillar between the posts. There's a solidity to both teams. Is there a sparkle? Is there a certain, as the French would say, je ne sais quoi? Good determination from Walker, but he just couldn't get free of Ass's cheek. Haranguing opponents, not allowing them to have time on the ball. You wouldn't say they're necessarily cancelling each other out, but just feeding off scraps and little crumbs of comfort the forward players. Would be a nice time to get the nose in front and get into that box seat for the remainder with a goal towards the end of the half. Well held up that by Josh King, who's come on as a replacement of Badenwell Primary. Pritchard conducting the orchestra for Godwin. Tries it with a low flight, and now corner. Volleyed powerfully clear. Pritchard. Composure personified. Decides to go all the way back for Francis Martin, who hasn't really had to make a save yet. Well, Radhad has come on. Oh, and there's a foul right outside the box. More good work by Winfield. Radhad initially, and then Winfield took up the play. So hard to get off the ball. And a great position for a free kick. This could be the moment. Referee just making sure that Harrison Haywood is 10 yards away in defending this set piece. Well, as soon as Winfield won that free kick, Josh Wakefield was licking his lips, relishing the prospect. He's got bags of ability from this sort of position as Liverpool's number 11. Can he deliver on the big stage? He most certainly can. It's an absolutely sensational set piece. A wonderful moment for Josh Wakefield. Well, that nearly took the netting off. Powerful, decisive, absolutely stunning. You just knew as soon as they won that free kick, he only had one thing on his mind. He runs over to the side of the pitch to celebrate with the coaches and his teammates. 1-0. What a deadlock breaker. Headline maker is Josh Wakefield. A wonder goal against St Helens in the league, and he's done it in the District Cup for the under-11 boys. On the stroke of half-time, a stroke of pure genius. Well, we've been lucky in these first two games, both from Liverpool players. One from the girls' team with Ivy Farrow, a great individual goal from open play, and that was at the start of the first half. This at the end of the first half for the under-11 boys. The Merseysiders are taking over in the Potteries. Wakefield's had a couple of sighters. He had shot from halfway this time, and they're looking for a second in quick succession. They might just get it here. Good save at the near post. Sebastian Walker wanted to add to the advantage there, and Liverpool really coming on strong at the end of this opening period after Wakefield's wonder strike. Sebastian Walker trying his luck. He was expecting to score, judging by his reaction. Taking the resulting corner kick. He whips it, good delivery. Took a couple of touches, and then he hits a shot in, does Wakefield. That's a great save with his right boot by Niall Brathwaite as he belted that one along the turf. The scorer of the first goal from a free kick inside the box there. I think that was creepy inside the post. And it's a great bit of goalkeeping by Niall Brathwaite to keep it at 1-0. Wow, what a display this has been from Liverpool in the final minutes of the first half. They showed a good attitude in the majority of the half, and they've shown some style. Here they come again. Good block in front of the keeper this time. Another effort for the team in blue. And they won't want half-time to come here. Liverpool, they've really built up the momentum. They've got the advantage at the break. Josh Wakefield with a scintillating bit of ball striking. What a goal from the number 11. He's still absolutely buzzing, isn't he? And well, he might be. It was a really phenomenal, astonishingly good set piece as Liverpool have the lead at the break, thanks to the excellence of Josh Wakefield. 1-0 up at half-time, the second half to come on ESFA TV on our live stream, as we bring you the key moments from the first half in the meantime. we're poised to get back underway then. It's really interestingly situated, this game, isn't it? Liverpool built up quite a head of steam at the end of the first 30-minute period, and they got the goal. A thunderous rocket rip snorter of a free kick from Josh Wakefield. Ball just kept rising, perfectly hit, and majestically into the roof of the net. Niall Brathwaite's a very good keeper. We've seen it for Bexley, but nothing he could do that. I think if he got a touch, the ball would have taken him into his own net. It was so ferocious, the strike. Breathtaking from Wakefield. They nearly got another goal. That came towards the end of the half with Sebastian Walker denied, and so too was Wakefield with a low effort from open play. So they could have had 2 or 3 at the end of a real purple patch. You've got to score any good spell, and they did. Could have had more, so Bexley's still in it. Not a great deal had happened up to that. He'd already served his intention with a couple of long rangers at Wakefield. He might have had a hat-trick in the first half, like the Liverpool under-11 girl Ivy Farrow before him. But Liverpool in blue, which takes a bit of getting used to. We so often see them in red, but it's Bexley in red who've played their part. They'll still think they're capable of getting something here. It was tight before the goal. Here's the speculative effort from captain Cohen Corner. Cohen Corner, the classy captain, would be an alliterative way to put it, and he's absolutely a good captain as well for Liverpool. So I wonder what was said by the coaches. Team manager of Bexley is Bill Hutchins, coach Kevin Carter, team boss of Liverpool Paul Gow, coach Vikas Sharma. Will be back underway shortly. Absolutely nothing Niall Brathwaite could do in the Bexley goals. He takes this clearance about the free kick, such was the quality of it. And here's Deacon Redhead. He's definitely made a difference, that number 9, since coming on. He's got a real wind in his sail, so to speak. Walker has constantly been a thorn in the rear guard of Bexley. It's like a little mosquito buzzing about, and he can carry quite a sting. Got enthusiasm, ebullience, effervescence and excellence. 33rd minute, 1-0 for Liverpool. You feel there's more goals to come, as Bexley will have to chase it. Here's Okale. Oh, what about this? Immensely impressive from the number 4 of Runnymede. Crucial goal he scored against Manchester when 1-0 down. He's got energy, flair, stepping up a year and doing it so naturally. That was his best bit of play in the whole game, really, that run we've just seen. Oh, good technique that from player of the moment, Josh Wakefield. Goal worthy of winning any game. When you consider, you know, the likes of Gerrard and Lampard and Kane and Rooney and Aguero and all the Premier League legends that have graced this pitch, and they all would have been proud of that. Bit of ball striking by Wakefield. There's a challenge. I think the contact was just outside the box on Sebastian Walker. He's such a bright spark. Referee is going to have a word here with Harrison Haywood, who went in, just couldn't get there. It was nicked away from him by Walker. He fell in the box, but the contact was definitely outside. He's done the right thing there. That's good refereeing from Kasper Ignatiuk, the man in the middle. He was alert to it, had a good view, as did his linesman. It's one of those where the foul was outside, the player fell inside. Well, I don't think he's taking it. I'm amazed Josh Wakefield's not taking this after what we saw him do at the end of the first half. It's going to be angled in. Redhead waiting in the middle, and Pritchard's lurking edge of the box as well, and it's going to be hit. Oh, it's against the frame of the goal, and then the follow-up headers over the bar by Cohen Corner. We nearly had another splendid set piece outside the box. Lovely technique. He's just pinged it in, and wow, that was within a whisker. Walker, who won the free kick, decided to take it, and the shots are raining in now on the Bexley goal. It's as if the first goal before the break, the free kick from Wakefield, just has lifted the tension. It's just allowed them now. The pressure's off, they're expressing themselves, they've got the monkey off the back of the first goal. That was inspirational, and they've all taken encouragement from that, and they've had so many chances since that goal, haven't they? When you consider Wakefield was denied by brilliant save by Brathwaite, but also Walker had a sighted goal, nearly scored. Brathwaite denied him before the break. There he was with a free kick that he won with his persistence, and he nearly scored. Well, it was so close. Just pinged it in, didn't he? And hit the crossbar with Brathwaite beaten. They're 1-0 up. They'll feel they should have had at least one or two more. Bexley have just got to hang in there. It's what you just have to do whilst you're still in a match, and they do still have a chance. As long as it's 1-0, you never know. Haven't really had anything clear cut in terms of an opportunity generated at the other end, though, as Josiah Saniez of St Joseph's Primary, if I can get the words out, gets ready to take this throw in. 7th minute of the second half. And it's back with Saniez again. Holds it high for all to see. Well, that's good bravery from Oscar Bennett, who's come on, one of the substitutes. Been a rock at the back, especially in the second half against Sunderland in the semi-final in the 1-0, helping the team to a clean sheet, I'm told. He uses his ball striking ability for another reason there, Josh Wakefield, to get it away. But yeah, Bennett, who's come on, of St Michael in the Hamlet. What a lovely name for a school that is. St Michael in the Hamlet. Conjures up some great images. And he's been a big part of the squad's effort to get to this final, Oscar Bennett, and now he's on the pitch. We've got another Oscar Pennington to call on. Redhead's already come on and made his mark. You've got Ozil and Bapu and Raymond O'Donnell. Well taken goal against Warrington in the last 16. But equally, Bexley got some good subs to call on. Here's the looping throw. Can they level things up here with Saniez getting the challenge in? Forward it comes, just speared away. He's worked hard up top, hasn't he? Charlie Hancock, will he get an opportunity to score? Hunt, the captain, will still believe he can lead his team to glory. They're after some bounce back ability. Collected ball from his keeper Martin, added Wakefield. Is it going to be a Liverpool double on day one of the ESFA finals at Stoke? The under-11 girls have already put in a delightful performance to get the better of Wokingham by 6-1. The boys are 1 up here, and it's Ahizakale. More terrific stuff from him. Bennett for corner. Cohen corner. Low trajectory. Header by Winfield. Here's Akale. Corner. Likes to play the raking long-range balls. Way by Hunt. It's been a real rearguard effort. They'd kept Liverpool at bay pretty well for the majority of the first half, but it took a wonder strike to open things up from Wakefield, and Liverpool have pushed on since then, but they haven't added to the goal, crucially. Got 20 minutes to go of the game. Still the outcome come far from certain. They want the buffer, they want the insurance of a second here, Liverpool. Left wing corner, left boot used of Sebastian Walker. Good one, but should be knocked away, and off they go now on a possible counter-attack. Snuffing out the danger, Joseph Pritchard. And Travis Wong getting his foot on the ball. Radhead always looking to make something happen, trying to influence the game. And Wakefield is a class act, and he goes for another long ranger. Well, he knew what was coming there, given what he did before the interval. Running with real belief, an abundance of self-belief and confidence. However, this time it's high and not handsome. And he's had his work cut out, hasn't he, Brathwaite? But I mean, very impressed with how he's gone about his business, actually. If that hadn't been for him, really, this game would be over. But a huge save at the end of the half to make sure it didn't go to 2-0 from Wakefield, and also denied Walker. Yeah, they come again with Walker playing the clever pass. That was adroit and astute down the right side. And there's Akale. Corner. Thought he'd lost it. There were 3 players around him. They were like bears around a honeypot there. But he still emerged with it. He's deceptively strong on the ball, isn't he? What a good ball that was. The header down and just couldn't be scrambled in. Beauty of a pass by Corner towards Joe Pritchard, who got forward so well, the number 8, nodded it down towards Ozil Mbapu, who was trying to stab it in, the substitute. Stretched and strained for the ball, but he just eluded his grasp. Really good, that. Floated ball, header down, almost knocked in from close range. The second goal, you feel, would be enough for Liverpool to clinch this title, but it hasn't come. It just shows what a goal can do. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but I guess they're cliches because they're true, aren't they? You know, goal just changes the whole course of a contest. Just gives you that fillip, that tonic you need. Pritchard, because I mean there are bound to be nerves. They've not really looked like any of the teams we've seen so far. Haven't seen the apprehension. You need the enjoyment, but also sometimes a few nerves are good. It makes you focus, it makes you bring the best out of yourself, shows you care. Free kick then for Bexley. Perhaps a rare chance to apply some pressure on the Liverpool goal. They've sent the cavalry forward here. 44th minute. Looking to haul themselves level. They've been second best so far, but still right in there with a chance. Hunt, the captain, punched away, got something on it. Did Martin. It was a tricky one. Might have just taken a dip in front of him. He decided to punch it away rather than try the catch, and he's conceded a corner. Over goes Josh King, one of the subs, to take it. And he's got a few in the mix here. Hanasea is up there, having come off the bench as well. Ethan Gowie's an option. Hunt's come forward, in it goes. Well, I don't know whether he's trying to catch the keeper out there at the near post. It's into the side netting though, and nothing to concern Liverpool. Actually, you feel are going to have to make more of those type of chances. Nearly midway through this second half of 30 minutes. Slight pause. It's been a good free-flowing contest though. Exhilarating stuff at Stoke from these talented, ambitious young players. Wakefield tries to get there. Hanasea getting through some good work. Corner. How he'd love to be lifting that trophy. He can't stop thinking about that. I'm sure it won't be. The captain, remember, will be announcing player of the match in about 10 minutes' time. What do you reckon? It's another tough one. There was an obvious standout character in the last game amid a lot of good performances. As Ivy Farrow, the hat-trick star, got the award, but I always think it's sometimes a bit too easy to go for the goal scorer, but you know that it has changed the course of this game to such a degree. So Wakefield's up there, but there's plenty of other contenders. Give us your thoughts. Schools football on X, Instagram, ESFA website as well. Great work from all the media team, everyone involved in this production. The guys at 24/7 doing great stuff. Camera directing side, and everyone of course at the ESFA and at Stoke City helping put this together. And of course the schools involved and all of the footballing organisations. Fun for all the family on this bank holiday. 47th minute. Bexley 0, Liverpool 1. Under 11 boys District Cup 9 versus 9. Josh Wakefield, the scorer. Substitutions made. Do have rolling subs, remember, so you can be replaced and come back on. Good work by Winfield, and now corner classily goes over, but it has taken a little deflection off Nana Ohanasea, St Thomas Primary, and he's won his team a throw in, and you just feel maybe the balance of power is changing again. It's been ebb and flow. It was really level before the free kick, and it's gone back to that a little bit. Now, there was a spell either side of half-time where Liverpool were absolutely dominant. Scored one goal, they could have had 4 or 5 more. But you just feel in the last few minutes, Bexley have started to steady the ship, and I don't know, are they galvanising? Are they getting ready for one huge, gargantuan effort to try and force a penalty shootout? They need a goal at least. But it's to their credit that they've remained interested in this, because they really have had to weather a battering at times. There's been a barrage of attacking. Here's the ball in. Oh, is it going to be squeezed in? It is. Well, I'm not sure he got a touch there. No, the flag's raised. Doesn't count. Crept over the line. There's a bit of confusion. No, in fact, it has been given. Well, they just hesitated. There's definitely no VAR in the SFA tournament, but there seems to be some confusion, but it has been given. They have a second goal, and Chigozie Joshua Nweze has got the touch, I think. Let's have a look at the replay. Really good cross, and yeah, it's the clearance that's inadvertently gone in. He didn't know much about it, the number 7, but eventually he's in 7th heaven, and Liverpool do have the cushion of a second goal, and surely the title is theirs now. It's he didn't know it was an attempted clearance, a very good right-wing corner. They've doubled their advantage. The first goal was a sensational hit. The second had an element of fortune. You need a slice of luck from time to time. He was in the right place at the right time. It's unlucky for Bexley, but they got the run of the ball. It just crept almost apologetically over the line. Time seemed to stand still almost. But the goal was given, and Liverpool have a second. And they're set fair for back-to-back trophies, the girls and boys flourishing. Well, if they could get one back, it would make for an interesting finale. Bexley with 10 minutes to go. An amazing free kick from Josh Wakefield before the break, and there from an intended clearance, ricocheted off Chigozie of St Cuthbert's, who gets the second goal. Scores important ones. We mentioned his one in the semi of the Everton Cup. Doesn't matter whether they play in red or in blue, Liverpool seem to be equally effective. In blue, the boys up against, well, a bit of argy-bargy there between the goal scorer and I think it was Cumberbatch. Ian Parker started the game brightly. They've had to work hard for it, this Liverpool. That's testament to Bexley's contribution. Free kick. It's not an unassailable, insurmountable advantage yet, is it? There's still hope. It's the hope that gets you in football, I know, but you have to believe, you have to keep going. All these youngsters. Here's a long ranger, well, trying to do a Josh Wakefield there, but that one not going to trouble the scorers. From Hunt, the captain, hasn't let his head drop. He's been a really good leader. And again, great wins, scored a hatful of goals on their way to the final. Some narrow victories against Orpington and Bromley and in the semi, against Southampton as well in the quarter, but Medway hit 7 against Wandsworth, so they've done really well to get to this final, Bexley. They knew it was going to be a real examination, sternest of tests against an outstanding Liverpool side. Been played mostly in glorious sunshine as well. Hunt pushing his team forward. You do feel that second goal has made all the difference, and he wants another one here. Does Chigozie? He falls down. Well, he didn't feel that was a foul there. Harrison Haywood. He's perplexed. Oh, and has he been sent to the? Yeah, he's been sent off. Can't believe it. Well, they're saying, well, it wasn't a clear and obvious opportunity, but the challenge was made, and it's a dismissal to match the colour of his shirt for Haywood. Red card for the number 70, and that's disappointing. I suppose the referee's applying the letter of the law. Casper Ignatiu, he felt that was a clear scoring opportunity and an early departure, and that's a tough lesson learned by Harrison Haywood. Have to respect the official decision made, just got to channel that disappointment and frustration in something positive in the next game. Anyway, here's the free kick. Will it be an adding of insult to injury? No, he can't score from the set piece this time. A low drive on that occasion from Wakefield. Good work by Brathwaite again, but they're 2 goals down. Now they're a player down. We don't see many sendings off. I think they only apply the red cards when they absolutely have to, the officials, but you know, I suppose it's football, you have to get it right. It's all part of their development and learning curve, and he'll learn from that, and that's the most important thing. But Haywood departs and Liverpool march on. Let's have another look there. He feels he got the ball, and well, you've got to look at that replay and say he did seem to get the ball. But I mean, I listen, I don't want to be questioning the officials too much, but we have to call a spade, and and you can sort of, I think you can understand the disappointment. That's a good challenge by Hunt. Definitely got the ball there as this shot flashes wide. Well, he was brave there, wasn't he, the captain? Had to get that right or he was in big trouble. That's the tackle of the day so far. And it's not just about admiring goals and saves. Tackles are just as important in football. Well done there to Hunt. Brilliant stuff from the captain. But yeah, Hayward, on looking at that replay, it looked like he did. That's why he was so upset, really, that he felt he'd got the ball fair and square. The referee decided otherwise, and I suppose if he thinks it's a foul, then you could understand why he would issue the red card. Because if he thinks it's a foul, then he would have been clean through. But the point the player was making is that he thought he got the ball. But anyway, that was the decision, because Josh King comes back on. 2-0, and it looks as though Liverpool are going to do it. And well, it's been an enjoyable watch, this. It really has. Certainly incident packed. It was fairly uneventful in the first 20-25 minutes. Then it all just exploded into life at the end of the half with the first goal, and then it's been gripping, a real roller coaster of emotions since that. This is driven upfield. Well, good power and accuracy, but there comes the keeper. Looks like he's set to keep another clean sheet. Francis Martin. Hunt going for something remarkable. And it's back now with Ozil, the Liverpool number 6, just offside, right in front of the linesman. There was score of the second, Chigozie. And tight again, really tough decision for player of the match. I mean, you got Wakefield, excellent goal, really looked dangerous. It's a stunning free kick, and obviously he gets the glory for that. But I'm going to give it to Sebastian Walker. I think he almost scored one of his own, didn't he? I mean, one a free kick and pinged one against the bar, but he's been constantly busy, causing issues for Bexley, but it could have been one of half a dozen plays, really. And when you think of Redhead's contribution coming on, he was up there. Winfield as well, with his work rate. And for Bexley, Brathwaite, good saves from the keeper. And also the captain, Josh Hunt, I think's caught the eye as well, the way he's pushed them forward. Another cracking contest. Not as many goals as the last one, but still it's been enjoyable. And here he is. The player, he doesn't know it yet, but he'll be getting that trophy. And he's going to be getting 2 trophies, isn't he? Both personally and for the team. So that's not a bad Sunday afternoon's work, is it? For Sebastian Walker. Well, it's nice to have that 2-goal cushion. Obviously, it's tough on, well, I'm so used to saying down to 10, but obviously it isn't down to 10, 9 versus 9. So they're down to 8 players, Bexley, after that sending off, which, looking at the replay, I think diplomatically was a harsh one. But that's how the ref saw it. That's what's important. And again, he learns the lesson. He has to respect the officials sometimes. As we see at senior level, they get it wrong. And again, take that disappointment, move on, and do well in the next game. Late substitution there. The keeper. Pennington actually deserves his chance to come on for Martin, who did well. Going to get a bit of stoppage time for the sending off and the goal. All the substitutions, but Bexley are just going to fall short here. But again, they can be proud of their achievements. Great ambassadors for their schools. Helped on for Walker. On the march again down the left wing. Challenge from Oscar Bennett. Walker is going to take it into the corner. He knows how close they are. They're desperate to retain this trophy for yet another year. Oh, just thrown that wedge from the keeper. Don't want him to blot his copybook, having just given him the player of the match, but he's desperate for his team to get over the line, as they are going to do. Very impressive. Away by Hunt. Good hold-up play. Slotted by Walker. Crashed away. Thought that was the end of the game, but not quite, but it's coming. Took a while to get the ball back there. They've expended so much energy and effort, both sets of players giving it their all. Goal in each half towards the end of the first. Stunner from Josh Wakefield, and then Chigozie Joshua Nwaze with the second from close range after a ball hit him in the penalty area and it diverted over the line. Here's Byron losing out. Here he goes again, the tireless Walker with the chip towards Ozil. Third minute of stoppage time. Wong with the challenge. Oh, and we've just having another look. Yeah, they're down to 10 as well, down to 8 as well. Sending off Chigozie Joshua Nwaze. Seems a bit confused by that, but a second yellow, so they've levelled up the numbers. And it's 8 versus 8 for the closing stages. Well, it's all been happening. We've had 2 goals in the game, now 2 sendings off. I can only think it's for something he might have said to the referee. But, well, he's got a goal in this second half, but an early departure. So, not really what we want to see in these under-11 games, but it's been a feisty affair. They've shown passion. Sometimes it's spilled over, but they'll look at it, they'll analyse it, and they'll accept what's happened and push on. But the numbers have been levelled. However, it's Liverpool who've scored the 2 goals, and they are going to be the champions. Yeah, so red cards, an instant red for Harrison Haywood. Second yellow for Chigozie Joshua Nwaze. Got Hunt down here. But yeah, he's able to get back on his feet. He wants to continue to the bitter end. He's led his team to a runners-up achievement And he says, well, because it's a knock to his head, I think he's got to go off the edge. We have to make sure these players are okay. But he's fine, by the looks of it. Niall Brathwaite, who can be happy with his efforts, made some very good saves in this game, the Bexley keeper. Here they come again. It's Josh Wakefield who produced the magical moment the match needed with the opening goal. Walker can't quite get the pace on the pass for Pritchard. Byran. Good work by Ozil Mbapu. Can they get themselves a goal? On we play, but a lot of stoppage time here. I suppose it's for the 2 sendings off, principally, but not sure where he's got 6 minutes from. Can they get a third? Out comes Brathwaite. And, well, they've never stopped giving it maximum effort, the team who trail. Cohen corner gets the appreciation of his teammates. They know they're just seconds away now. Next game kicks off at 3:30, by the way, another big one. Under 12 District Cup for boys, 9 versus 9, Manchester and Dartford head to head. That's to look forward to. Remember, stay tuned throughout the day. You can dip in and out, of course, but we will have the trophy presentation. Oh, the keeper's come forward for this one. He wants to get his name on the score sheet, Brathwaite. But it's away, and that's the final whistle, and it's music to the ears of Liverpool. They've done an early double here on this Sunday at Stoke. The girls got the better of Wokingham by 6 goals to 1. Now the boys have delivered yet another title. They retain the trophy. They've beaten Bexley by 2 goals to 0. Brilliant from Josh Wakefield at the end of the first half. Chigozie with the second goal after the interval. Bexley fought hard, but Liverpool had the quality. Well done to them, and they'll soon be getting their hands on the trophy. Chance to see the highlights of the game before the presentations.
Councilman Paul Jackson and Chairman Nick Loftus. Please show your gratitude as well here this afternoon. For the match officials, you can put your hands together please for referee Casper Ingrid-Tiuk, assistant referees Phil Smith and Thomas Fogden, and the fourth official Ollie Keel.
Well, you can see on the expressions of the players how happy they are. They're buzzing. And well, they might be. Good to applaud the opposing team. Winning's great. It's always hard to lose a final, but they've shown really good spirit throughout of these Bexley players. Great run to the final, and they get their runners-up medals. Might have been different. They had the odd moment, but they came up against a very good opponent. Still, great day out for them. Terrific experience to sample this big stadium. Memories to last a lifetime. And you can tell from their reaction that they really were hoping to get a victory. And again, as we say, they've got to channel that feeling now into something positive going forward. And well done to the keeper, Niall Brathwaite. Really good saves from him. Otherwise it could have been more than two they conceded. Made one amazing one with his right boot actually to foil Wakefield just before the interval. I love that reaction to player of the match. Well, they're really happy for him. I think he made the right call there. Sebastian Walker gets it. Oh, look at that. Great. Smiling. Everyone from the SFA really pleased to make that award the jewel in the crown. Sebastian Walker. And yeah, he was very, very dangerous throughout. Great energy levels, quality. And yeah, they're absolutely thrilled for him, aren't they, his teammates? Well, they're just happy to be out there. The joy of youth. And there's the keeper, Francis Martin. Oh, that's good from Bexley, giving them a little guard of honour. The winning team. There's the skipper, Cohen Corner. Thought he was a very good captain indeed. Afua Hizakale made some lovely surging runs. Kingsley Godwin. He's one to look out for, by the way. Player of the match, and he also gets a winner's medal as well, does Seb. Well, mixed emotions for Chigozie Joshua Nwazi. He got a goal and then was sent off. But it's all part of life's rich tapestry. Sometimes the stitches fall off, but he played his part. He got the second goal. He's better, you know, is your cup half full or half empty? I think it needs to be half full in his sense that he got the goal. Sometimes things go against you, but they weren't glorious for them at times. There's Raymond O'Donnell, number 16. It's imminent then. You can sense the youthful excitement and sheer delight at their achievement. As Cohen Corner seems to be understated, a modest captain, poses for the picture, but he just can't wait to get his hands on the trophy. This is always a special moment, and it is so for the Liverpool boys. District Cup champions, the under-11s have done their thing. Brilliant display, fully deserved victors. Well done again to Liverpool. And a belated thank you again to Nick Loftus, ESFA Chair, and Paul Jackson, ESFA Council Member, for presenting those awards. Right, next up we have Manchester and Dartford. That's an under-12 District Cup for boys. Final 9 versus 9:30 each way, and kickoff will be at 3:30. Make sure you stay tuned for that.
Welcome to the English Schools Football Association National Finals here at Stoke City. Saturday, we're kicking off our next game in around 10 minutes. It is Manchester versus Dartford. Kicking off our Australian teams at the moment. Let's have a look in a couple of minutes or so. But they do plenty of noise. Please tune the kids on here this afternoon. And we'll get things underway at 3:30. I'll go through the two team lineups for you as well when they make their way out onto the pitch. It's the under-12 versus boys District Cup National Final. It's coming up as Manchester versus Dartford.
On we go with our top clash schools football at Stoke. It's the under-12 District Cup for boys, 9 versus 9 final, 30 minutes each way, and it's Manchester versus Dartford. Manchester in navy, Dartford will be wearing their yellow, blue and white strip. Liverpool have dominated so far at under 11 level, the boys and the girls emerging victorious. Who will come through this one? Manchester are last season's winners, looking to retain their trophy. This is the team they've selected. Daniel Ochukwu in goal. The outfield players Rory Dennehy, Harrison Price, Raf Amayor, Joel Lalabi, Devan Shitu, Chidera Maduako, Dean Risak, Dennis Apaya, subs Sonny Connolly, Amari Brown, Ronnie Rimmer. The manager Damien Brownsell, coach and first aider is Mike Hughes. As for Dartford, they go with Zachary Jones as the top keeper in goal. Their outfield players Bobby Chambers, Riley Taylor, Charlie Loves the captain, Harry Simpson, David Adiko, Kai Fleming, Henry Faram and Leighton Turner. They're the starters. Subs Rian Rana, Ollie Slater, Jacob Stone, Harrison Bashell and Bradley Smedmore waiting in the wings as well. Team manager is Darren Phillips, coach Darren Corley, assistant manager Mark Cummins. So the Dartford players in the huddle have done so well to get to this final, starting with a 4-1 home win, then going to South London with a 2-1 win, following that up with a 4-1 at home, 4-2, a 0-0 at Chelmsford, Mid-Essex, second in the group to Havering District. A 3-3 at Canterbury St Augustine's, winning 4-3 on penalties in the quarter-final, a 4-1 at Brighton, and in the semi another meeting with Havering, this time away. Both teams led in the game, 3-3 it was. Last minute equaliser from Havering, but Dartford won 4-2 on penalties, and actually the keeper we're going to see, Zachary Jones, made 2 excellent shootout saves. Is he going to produce more brilliance between the sticks? The referee is Carl Barker, assisted by Paul Warren and David Chimin. Fourth official Dennis Drury. Just going through the pre-match rituals, the captains. Big part of their day. They're sampling the full match day experience at Stoke City, and it's great to see. We're going up an age range. We've had under 11 football so far, up to under 12, still 30 each way. Here's the coin toss. And the captain of Manchester is Divine Shitu of St Matthew's Roman Catholic High. Charlie Love of Lee Academy. We do have a few players from Lee Academy in the Dartford lineup, and it's going to be Bobby Chambers to get us started, the number 3 who represents Wilmington Academy. Manchester, can they repeat last season's success? Dartford out to stop them, off we go, and they're going to try their luck right from the kick-off. Little layoff, and it comes through an early touch for Daniel Ochukwu of Wright Robinson College in the Manchester goal. Dartford, I mentioned their run to the final. Manchester 2-1 when they started off with, then a 3-3 against Sefton. Followed by 5-0 home win, a 2-2, 5-2 at Bradford Metro, what a win that was. 4-1 at Leeds in the last 16. 2-0 at Warrington in the quarter-final. In the semi-final, they ground out a 1-0 victory at home to Doncaster to book their place in finals week here at Stoke. Now then, what can the Navy Blue do here? Could we get a first opportunity early on? But Dartford with Chambers, who got us started, raiding down the left on a good little burst, but he runs into a cul-de-sac. Dartford District Football first played in 1968 within the town. They were successful up until 2006 when it ended, then relaunched 5 years later. 35 primary schools supporting it, regular semi-finals in primary schools football now happening at secondary level. In 2024 this squad won the Kent Cup, lost the national semis to Liverpool, again in the Kent final and the national final. Brilliant stuff. They produced many famous names as well, Dartford, including none other than Jamie O'Hara, who's played at the top level. Glenn Johnson, he of the Wonder Goals for Portsmouth, Liverpool, England. Jude Arthurs, a regular for Bromley in League 2. Also the record district scorer Daniel Carnu, scoring for Charlton's first team. So brilliant to have that conveyor belt, to have those role models, hoping to follow in their footsteps. As for Manchester, they've got the ball through Rory Dennehy of St Bede's, and now Joel Alabi of Coop North Academy. Price, Passwood High. All these schools so proud of their star students, who no doubt are good at PE. I'm sure they're good at many other subjects. And be interesting to see. We've seen 2 very different matches so far. Liverpool girls were utterly dominant. Wokingham gave it their all, did get a late goal. See the highlights, of course, later in the week on the SFA TV, and you can scroll back on our live stream to watch some of those. With some great goals. Also, Thunderbolt of a free kick in the last game for Liverpool. Another more fortunate goal. We had a couple of sendings off. It was a feisty affair. Some excellent performances all round. It's a closer affair, the last one. Will this be a tight tussle? But it's clattered forward, but good header by Harry Simpson. Manchester just gradually pushing themselves forward. Started today's extravaganza at 11:30. This is the 3rd game of 4. More to come tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Great way to start the bank holiday. Some football. Here's the shot. Oh, not far away from the opening goal there. Fired with power, with verve. Really good hit. Got the laces through the ball. It's a fabulous effort. Jinking run as well from Rory Dennehy. So nearly glory for Rory in the early part of this school story. But Dennehy couldn't quite deliver a shot into the top corner. Price for Chidera Maduarco of Trinity Church of England. Maduarco dancing into the box, goes down, but no suggestion of penalty. I don't think he was claiming one really. He just got a little bit tangled up there. Definitely no infringement, as Charlie Love, captain, went in with the challenge. Goes over to gather this ball, does skipper Charlie with his bright boots in the afternoon sunshine. Looping throw. David Adiko just trod on the ball there, did Henry Farram of Stone Lodge. Now it's Dennis Apaya. Keenly fought so far. Certainly good pace and tempo to proceedings. 30 minutes each hour. We haven't had a penalty shootout yet. I wonder whether we might get one at the end of this game. We do enjoy those. So here come Dartford now, getting forward, hoping to get a decision from the referee, but no whistle from him. Disappointment for Bobby Chambers. He's been lively so far, hasn't he? Chukwu is definitely an imposing figure. He's incredibly tall. I was about half that height when I was under 12. But yeah, he's a good player to have between the posts. Definitely got an authority about him. Not only with his stature, also I'm told very good shot stopper as well. Just edging themselves forward, Manchester. Of course, it comes with an added bit of spice, doesn't it? The fact that you want to retain your title. It's one thing getting up there in life, isn't it? Staying there can be more challenging. As Kai Fleming puts himself about, so too does Manchester's Joel Alabi. 7 gone, but a good effort blasted over the bar by Rory Dennehy. If you've joined us late on this one, go to Schools Football on X, Instagram, elsewhere, to keep up to date with everything that's happening. Great to have your company on our live stream on the ESFA YouTube channel. Jack Woodward talking you through the action. Always amazed and delighted really to see the ability on show here from these youngsters. Here's the throw in, and it'll break favourably. Good save. The throw from Riley Taylor. Henry Farram blasted it low. He really got good power on the ball there. That was going towards the corner. Daniel Ochukwu does the business though for Manchester. Low to his right. He's a tall man, a tall young boy, but he's I say he's the size of a man, but he's very tall, so he did well to get down so low so quickly there. I know the keepers work on that a lot, even in this age range, and he showed agility, strength, good positioning, alertness, and that's a good bit of work by Daniel, the player with the gloves for Manchester. But Henry Farram with the best chance so far. Both teams have had glimpses of goal. Manchester up the other end now as it livens up. Fleming losing out to Harrison Price. Price, trickery on the left flank. Hit away in no-nonsense fashion by Charlie Love. We had a Love Lady for Liverpool's girls earlier. Now we've got a Charlie Love for Dartford, as our love affair with schools football continues with the ESFA. Throw in, tossed in towards the danger zone. Oh, and there's a shot from Ray. That's a belter of a hit, and he wasn't able to collect it, Zachary Jones. He couldn't take any chances there. It's a really good drive that from Manchester's number 4, Raf Amayor. Ferocious. Low. Testing for Zachary Jones. Penalty shootout saving hero in the semi-final from open play. He got it away at the cost of a corner. Right wing, right boot. Flag flapping. Oh, it's curled out of play. Just got the angle wrong there. Did Joel Alabi. Was trying to just hang it in on the breeze. But went straight in to the netting at the side of the goal. Jones, well, that goes down as a save, really. It did, I think, swerve just in front of him. That long-range pile driver. Past the 10-minute mark. Number 2 halves of 30 for the under-12s. The last game actually took a while to get going, in complete contrast to the opening fixture when there were 2 goals in 2 minutes, but the last one, not much happened really in terms of goal-mouth incident until the back end of the first half. Great work here by Apaya for Maduarco. Scuffed it towards goal. More fine defending. Competent, confident behind. But it's going to be a left wing corner. And Maduarco is going over to take it. Apaya in the box. So too is Dean Resac of Eden Boys, the number 9. Alabi and Shitu forward from the back, and that one's into the side netting. Well, I don't know whether they're going for goal from the corners, but just not quite getting the trajectory or the angles right. I'm sure they're good at plenty of subjects at school. Trigonometry, not the best so far. With the right wing and left wing corners both going out of play. Now they've lost out here, and it's with Alabi getting the better of Adiko. Good contest that. Compelling subplot. What happens in the midfield area? Ball scooped. Amayor tracking back. He was the one who had the shot from distance moments ago. It was repelled by Zachary Jones. Both teams going for goals. 12 gone, remains 0-0. Is there a threat to match the sweat as they put in 100% focus, concentration? Is there any inspiration to lead to some jubilation and celebration? There will be one of these teams. You get the pleasure of the triumphant team, the pain of the losers. That's the nature of a final, but they've got to remember, all of the players, they've done sterlingly well to get this far. Here's Adiko getting forward, hauled down by Dean Resac, and it's a free kick for Dartford. Right on the edge of the penalty area. Great position now. And Daniel Achukwu has already made a very smart save from Henry Farham. Might be called into action again here. Farham having a little mini conference with David Adiko. Can Dartford hit the front in the 14th minute? Referee blows his whistle. In it goes. Adiko trying to catch out Daniel Achukwu, who was watchful, vigilant, unable to gather the ball. Definitely going for goal there was Adiko. More competitive stuff in the middle. Nice touch from Apaya, but Harry Simpson of Wilmington Academy did his job well. as we creep towards the midway point of this first period. 0-0. But the opening goal definitely changed the whole complexion of that last game we saw. Maybe it'll be the case in this one as well. As Risak, what a run this is, puts the cross over, just snatched at it though, did Chidera Maduako, but Dean Risak coming to life there. That was top quality stuff from him, driving upfield, got the better of Simpson, who went over to meet him, and he did well actually, did Farham. He just put off Maduako, wasn't able to settle, took a little touch, and it is a corner. They need to do better from the set pieces than they have done so far. Approaching the quarter-hour mark, that's a good delivery, but away at the near post, possible breakaway for the team in those yellow tops. It's not been a Sunday afternoon stroll for either team so far, has it? Now, Maduako for Alabi. Alabi, cultured, classy. And he finds the pass for Price, who galloped forward and prevented it from going out of play for a goal kick. He's actually won a throw-in, and that's down to sheer willingness. Tireless worker. Throw in for Alabi. Tackled well. Dennehy and Divine Shitu getting involved. Price. Good reading of the situation by David Adiko. And again, it's tough to call a winner here. I think this one's going to go the distance, this game. High, hanging, good judgment by Chambers. And the Manchester number 3, Harrison Price, just skewed off his boot. And out for a throw-in for Charlie Love to take. Looking for an option. Intercepted by Maduako. Who's going to have the next clear scoring possibility, I wonder. Taylor lifts it with hope in his heart. Ochukwu was had to make a couple of saves so far. One particularly impressive as he got down low rapidly with the ball destined for the corner from Henry Farham, but Ochukwu kept him out. 18th minute. Header by Simpson, and now Divine Shitu, the captain of Manchester, ball just runs away from him. The green pastures of Stoke City FC. Proud club, wonderful history. Moved to this stadium. And we've played in the Premier League for many years since that relegation. They're now a second tier team playing the Championship. Well, that just seemed to come off the boot of Chambers, who's been a bright spark for Dartford. Might take something out of the ordinary to get the better of Daniel Ochukwu. Price. So prompt and probe. Attempting some cleverness there was Adiko. They all look so comfortable in these surroundings, these youngsters, because it could be fairly daunting for one so young to walk out here at this cavernous stadium, but they are putting in a good shift so far, all of these players. Great carrying of the ball. Just lost his footing, did Dean Resac. Gets it back though. Resac is getting better and better as this game goes on. Gets to the ball. What a header! That's a stunning opening goal. Dennis Apaya, deadly in the box. Great ball whipped in by Dean Resac, and it's Manchester who take the lead in the 20th minute. Last season's winners, they're in the mood to do it again. And Dennis with scoring delight. You won't see a better header than that all week. Good build-up play involving Divine Shitty, the captain, and Dean Resac. And there was Dennis Apaya to launch himself at the ball. He stretched and strained the neck muscles. He got the direction on the header. And it's the team in navy blue who hit the front at Stoke in this under-12 District Cup clash. Really well done. Dartford will restart. They brought on Bradley Smedmore, I think, of Wilmington Academy in response to conceding that goal. But yeah, it was a good cross, but that was some finish, wasn't it? Textbook. Absolutely phenomenal. Generated power, got the direction as well. And like a bullet. It was unstoppable. Zachary Jones, hero in the semi-final, but there's absolutely nothing he could do about that. With Manchester seizing the initiative, and they'll be very pleased, the coaching staff, with the nature of that goal. And they want another one here, and they're starting to show their quality. Oh, what a run. It's like he's got the ball on a piece of string there, Joel Alabi. And now Price looks to get it right, but wide of the target. And we do have perhaps the need of Dartford's first aider. I think it's Charlie Love, the captain. Definitely want to patch him up and get him back on the pitch. He's a really good leader for them, and he'll know they've got the aptitude to roar back into this game. Thumbs up from the ref, that's good to see. Carl Barker, the man in black, overseeing proceedings here. He's hobbling a little bit, is Charlie. Trying to shake it off. But Manchester sitting pretty on a 1-0 lead, and they had been building some momentum. Yes, Achukwu had been required to make a couple of saves for them, but they have shown a good rhythm. Some of their passing, their movement, it's crisp, and a crushing blow for Dartford, but not a terminal one. Only a frail advantage at 1-0. Riley Taylor with the throw in. We've already had a few contenders for goal of the week on day one. When you think of Ivy Farrow in the first game, in the very first minute, we had Josh Wakefield's free kick in the last match, and now the header from Dennis Apaya after a very good move that was classic in its simplicity, really, but they opened up a resilient rear guard, made it look easy when it isn't, because Dartford are a really decent side. Harrison Price And over goes Smedmore, who's just come onto the pitch, his first contribution. 24th minute. They won't be resting on the one. Best way of defending the lead is probably to try and get a second goal, with Divine Shitu, who had a hand in the build-up to the only goal of the game so far. Now it's with Risak, who got the assist. Layoff by Apaya. Good block from Adiko. Right place at the right time. Now it's with Leighton Turner, Mayor, and Maduako. Good trickery. Maduako gets into the danger zone. They're really pushing Dartford back. They're doing an excellent spell in the game here. Dennehy, he'll get a second stab at this one. Dennehy holds the ball well. And the whistle is blown against the goal scorer. Coming up towards the closing stages of what's been an absorbing first half of schools football. The SFA District Champions Cup for boys. Manchester in pole position to be the champions, but Dartford intent on upsetting them. They'd love to restore parity before the break. The team in yellow, blue and white. And now it's Apaya. He's in again, but took two of them. Good teamwork. Knocked away by Ollie Slater, substitute who's come on for the captain, Love, who had to go off with an injury. Solid from Ollie, but it is a corner. Dennehy's gone forward. Apaya, Risak, Alabi in the mix as well. In it comes, clipped towards the near post, took a swing at it, could have gone anywhere really. And Riley Taylor slices it behind for another chance for Manchester to whip in a corner from the left wing. In it comes again, higher this time. Apaya with another header, takes a deflection and goes fractionally wide. That's agonising for Manchester and satisfying for Dartford. That could easily have gone into the back of the net. Really good delivery. He's a fantastic header of the ball, isn't he? Apaya has already scored. Generates so much power this time. He nearly got another one. Here's a curler. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. And he's done it again at the double. Unplayable. It's a second goal for Manchester. They have breathing space. It's a second headed goal from Dennis Apaya. A beauty of a ball in. Whipped over magnificently. Bend, he popped up at the back post and just guided it home calmly. He was never going to miss. Wow. Clinical. Ruthless. Outstanding. Dennis Apaya is on a hat-trick. Could he get a headed hat-trick? It might happen. He'll be happy to get the brace as Dartford come forward trying to cause some confusion, and the communication was good enough in the end, but having worked so hard to get themselves a favourable lead, they wouldn't want to give one back there. That's a good response from Dartford to conceding the second goal. But yeah, the first from open play, good three-player move, but they've both come from crosses from that side. The second goal from a corner, it was close to curling out of play actually. The corner may have just stayed in. Just looked at it and we might have. Well, I haven't looked at that at half time, but it was a terrific swinging cross, and they just didn't pick him up. Apaya, well, the pride of St Matthews, and they'll be absolutely thrilled with him. Here's a header for Dartford going wide. We will bring you the key moments at half-time. 2 crucial bits of play have punctuated this first half. Manchester was pretty level pegging before the 2-headed goals, really. In fact, Achukwu had made the best save to stop Henry Farham's low drive from going in. But Dennis Appiah playing a starring role, coming to the front. First header, he generated amazing pace on the ball. It was just behind him. Perfect height though, steered it in. And then the second, he was just there, judged the trajectory to perfection and just steered the header from close range into the net. As David Adiko is replaced. Don't think we'll have too much stoppage time, though there was an injury for Charlie Love, a Dartford skipper, and of course we've had the 2 goals, so we might get a couple of minutes, but we've had the 30 in our 3rd game of 4 for your viewing pleasure on ESFA TV's live YouTube channel. As this is driven forward, they're really strutting their stuff now, and Manchester. Dean Resac just can't prevent it from going out of play. Just trickled away. He wanted another. Header was hoping. That would be, you know, we talk about perfect hat-tricks, left foot, right foot, head. You don't get many when it's 3 headers. But for one so young, he's shown remarkable aerial prowess. Dennis the Menace. When I was this age, that's what I was reading in the comic books, but I'm sure they'll be scrolling and looking at something else nowadays. But Appiah is playing with a real swagger. So are Manchester in general. Maduarko. Oh, it's away by Simpson in the nick of time. Last-ditch defending. Price. Cross from Maduarko. Appiah takes a tumble into the dying embers, just the last few seconds this first half, and they've really taken it by storm through the head of Appiah. He's got the 2 goals, but Manchester have really dominated in recent exchanges. You need to score in your good spell, don't you, in a football match, and that's what they've done. As Bichelle for Taylor, Riley Taylor. Well, many teams have come down from 2-0 deficits. So Dartford will know they can just refocus in the changing rooms at half-time and go again. Still determined to thoroughly enjoy their day. They've grafted and they've shown brilliant moments along the way to get to this final. Amayo for Price. Excellent overall display from Manchester. They'll believe they're worthy of this 2-0 advantage. Resac away. Might be the final action of the first half as the referee looks at his watch. Deep inside the 3rd minute of stoppage time. Dennehy and Resac loses out this time as it rolls out of play. There is the half-time whistle. So far so good for Manchester. 2 headers from the brilliant Dennis Appiah, one with brilliant power, the other with subtlety from a corner. Dartford have had their moments, but they have it all to do in the second period here. Manchester 2-0 up on Dartford in the Under-12 District Champions Cup final for boys. chance now to see the first half highlights. All set for a resumption then here at Stoke, with those flags fluttering impressively above the tile mountain stand at this terrific venue for schools football. And we've seen 3 cracking games, well, 2.5 really enjoyable games so far. Manchester sitting on a 2-goal lead given to them by the headed expertise of Dennis Appiah, the number 14. And they're looking to close in on victory, but Dartford want to stop them. Well, the subs have a big role to play. Which way will the pendulum swing? Referee Carl Barker blows his whistle, and off we go for the next phase of our schools football story with the ESFA, live on YouTube. Throwing short for Divine Shitu. The captain, Alabi, pulls the strings. And now Mari Brown of St Bede's, substitute, number 8, gets his chance to shine. Wants something to tell the rest of his schoolmates about when they go back to the classroom. But are Manchester going to lift the trophy once again? Actually finished runners-up to Sefton in Group C this year. They drew with Sefton earlier on, but they've got better and better as it's gone on. Harrison Price has got forward so well down the left in this game. Excellent footwork, but it's driven away. Price wants to take the throw in. They're playing like a team who are hungry for more goals on this Saturday afternoon. And as afternoon turns to evening, we've still got a 4th game to look forward to, and that's back to the girls at the under-12 age range. Champions District Cup. Brighton and Wirral will be pitting their wits against each other, and we'll be bringing you that in all of its glory. The number 20 for Dartford, Ollie Slater. Throws it forward, and Mayor away. Well, they'll feel they need the next goal in the game, will Dartford. They have got forward pretty well so far. Appiah. He nearly got a hat-trick of headers, didn't he, in the first half? Because 2 were successful, 1 was cleared just behind with a deflection. Dennehy. Excellent passing football this, and a good run. The pass is made, it's wide. Alabi with the ball over. He's not quite as good with his boots as he is with his head, because that was a golden chance, gilt-edged, for Appiah to complete his hat-trick. He just snatched at it, rather, stabbed at the ball, trying to guide it, almost pass it inside the post, but it flew adjacent, much to his disappointment and to the relief of Dartford, because that surely would have been game over if they got a 3rd there. Is he going to get a better chance than that? He's got 2, he might have had at least double that. Appiah is getting into some great positions, but it's all part and parcel of being a striker. You know, if you're a fully fledged pro, you're a senior, you're a junior, you're a boy, you're a girl, you know, you are going to have moments where you don't take your chance. But the fact he's getting into the areas and they're carving them out will please them. 34th minute, 2 halves of 30. Price. Remember, we'll be announcing player of the match later on. We've already seen 1 hat-trick from Ivy Farrow for Liverpool girls earlier on. Are we going to see another here? throw in for Manchester. Well, I think the message at half-time from Damien Brownsell and Mike Hughes might have been, well, don't sit on the 2-0. See if you can finish this off. See if you can be ruthless. Have that cutting edge and get a third and fourth goal. It's very much advantage Manchester. Ollie Slater flicked on well, that by Smadmore, fellow sub. Apaya trying to get away from Harry Simpson, but does the sweeping job well, the covering defender. Impeccably timed challenge. And again. Alabi, referee blows, had a good view of that. Free kick for Dartford. Chance to get players forward. Slater's going to launch it. He sent his teammates up there, jostling and jockeying for position in the penalty area. 5 gone second half. He's hit it with real power, takes the deflection. That could have gone anywhere. Good idea, that. Fairly low fly, really belted it. And as it was headed behind for a corner. Could have been much worse for Manchester. And that's lifted Dartford with their yellow tops. Manchester in navy blue. In comes the corner, hung it into the wind. Smedmore and Bushell's over there as well. Actually struck the base of the corner flag. Apaya on defensive duty. A great turn that from Brown. That was brilliant. Trying to combine with Alabi. And here's Apaya. Good work from him. Harrison Price cantering forward. Apaya left-footed. Just cannoned off Brown. And a Mayor. And Alabi goes for a spectacular goal. Thought it was worth the effort, but flies high and wide. Well, it's been an end-to-end second half so far. But overall, you'd have to say, in the game we've seen, 2-0 is probably a pretty fair reflection of the action. And goes Jacob Stowe. Good to see him get a run out. Adiko can't get there. Now here they come on the charge with Amari Brown. It's looking a bit more stretched now. The gap's opening up. It's a big pitch for them to play on. They'll have been like little kids. Well, they are little kids really, but they're like kids at Christmas, weren't they? Christmas Eve last night, ready to play in this big final at Stoke. Manchester are thriving in this environment, but Dartford are giving a good account of themselves. Good work by Ronnie Rimmer of Wright Robinson College, who's off the bench, number 15, making his presence felt. Header by Rimmer. 8 gone of this second half period of 30 minutes. They have this game right where they want it, Manchester. Brown. In goes Stone. The outlet is David Adiko. He loses out to Raf Amayor. Rory Dennehy, who crashed a shot just over the bar in the early stages of this game. Rian Rana of Dartford Grammar is on for Dartford. And he's won the ball there, at least getting a little bit further up the pitch. Hasn't quite happened for Dartford in that final third. That's been the difference. The 2 headers from Apaya's had other opportunities as well. Been very impressed with Harrison Price, the player on the ball now, about to take the throw, and the number 3 for Manchester as Dartford's number 3, Bobby Chambers, re-enters the fray. Control from Apaya, loses out, spins through for a Chukwu, and you can't overstress actually the importance of his early save to foil Henry Farram. Farram smashed in the shot low along this excellent playing surface at Stoke. He thought it was going in, I think, when he hit it, but Chukwu got down and repelled the shot. Here now come Manchester looking for a third. That'll kill this game off surely. Alabi. And still, wow, Alabi manoeuvred it. Got it into an area where he was satisfied he could go for a shot, but shouts in anger at himself for not keeping that down. Shouldn't be too harsh, but they've got high standards, these youngsters, which is a quality in itself. Forward by Amayor, linking up with Brown, and now Shitu gets involved. Apaya, and again, having lost the ball, he showed skill initially and then power and resilience to win it back. Harrison Price, first time, he wins another header, but straight up into the air this time. Apaya shielding the ball, uses his body strength. Rimmer with those bright white boots, unmistakable. Price. Some good passing sequences from Manchester. Brown, lovely work, and then he lifts the cross into the box. 11 gone, second half. No further goals since the break. Hasn't been for want of trying from either team. It's been pulsating drama at times. We've already seen, well, I mean, maths was never my strong point at school. It wasn't bad at times tables. We're just adding it up. I make it 11 goals we've brought to you so far in nearly 3 full matches. Not a bad ratio, but lots of chances, good saves, good little passages of play to enjoy. Forward by Sonny Connolly of St Matthews, who's come on. Good to see all of the squad getting a bit of game time. They've certainly earned their right to be out there. Dartford know that if they can get a goal back, it changes things entirely. Rimmer plays it now for Brown. Alabi, right-footed, good save. Fine shot stopping from Zachary Jones to keep his team in the game. Alabi pulled the trigger, looking for the corner. But the boy in red did good, as Jones came at real pace that one. But he showed his agility and his quality to keep it at 2. Here he goes again, Amari Brown with the pivot. Apaya tries to get the better of his man. He does well, and the shot, another good save. Wow, that's another fine piece of work by Zach Jones. He's made 2 good stops in the last minute or so. They're reining in on his goal now, as Manchester can sense this could be the moment to get out of sight in the game. Coming towards the midway point of the second half. 30 minutes each way, under 12 District Cup champions for boys. Brown of St Bede's. right wing, right boot, hits it low. He took everyone by surprise, including his own teammates there, but it's hit low and it comes through. Another great save from Zachary Jones. Alabi, well, he's been the scourge of Manchester and Alabi, particularly in recent moments, as Zachary Jones, we mentioned his super saves in the semi, he's doing it again in the final and again. Wow, this is a masterclass of goalkeeping from Zachary Jones. Another really good effort, and he's kept it out again. Oh, that's a brilliant hit. You'll not see a better save than that. He's serving up a treat. Well, so good because it dips and swerved. Another cross, not the intended clearance. I think it went out, did it? No, he's kept it in play. In fact, the flag was raised against Riley Taylor. Well, he's making a late bid for player of the match. Is Zachary Jones. Dartford, the keeper, will announce the winner in about 10 minutes. Well, that wasn't his best moment, but he got away with it. He didn't quite judge the cross, but it was knocked away by Simpson. I'm very impressed with Simpson, actually, because if you look at the height difference there between him and Appiah, then he's actually really gone about his business well, and that's it. You know, we're not just about praising the goal scorers all the time, although it might sound like that as the header is won and it's in. And this time it's Joel Alabi who gets on the end of a cross. That's the third goal, and that puts it to bed. Manchester will surely be champions again. Good corner kick, and it's Alabi who gets on the end of it, and that was worthy of Dennis Appiah with his 2 headers in the first half. So it's 3 goals and 3 headers for Manchester. That doesn't happen too often, especially at schools level, but often it's all about the delivery. That was begging to be converted, that cross, and it was indeed by Joel Alabi, and applause and appreciation from Appiah. He knows a thing or two about headers, as we saw in the first half. In the second, it's Joel Alabi who gives them even more of a healthy buffer. 3-0 Manchester. He's actually he could have had a hat-trick of his own, because he'd just been denied twice by Zachary Jones. Well, they've really imposed themselves. They've got wonderfully into their stride in the second half. Manchester, they're playing some exceptional, expansive football here. They've had a lot. They didn't have as many chances in the first half as they have in the second. Connolly back for Chukwu. When required, though, he's passed each test with flying colours. The keeper, Rimmer. And now Appiah pops up on the right. Such a handful. And he's very much enjoying his Sunday afternoon in Stoke. 2 goals, might have had more. He'll leave this throw in for substitute Ronnie Rimmer. Gives himself a big run up here, does Ronnie. Grips it and rips it into the box. And he'll get another opportunity. And he can, if he wants, he can give himself an even longer run up, because he's got to go all the way over to gather the ball. And here he goes again, Ronnie Rimmer. Away only as far as Brown. Oh, this will come through now, and it is the hat-trick. Appiah applies the finish, and he'll be getting the match ball after this game. Well, Dennis, he's menaced Dartford throughout this game. 2 headers in the first half. The ball broke to him, stuck out a right boot, and rifled it past Zachary Jones, who's made good saves in this game, but there was no way he was going to keep that one out. A terrific treble from Dennis Appiah. He's brightened this contest with his overall ability. He's led the line superbly, and Manchester will be convincing winners. They've really turned on the style here at Stoke. What a performance from Appiah and from his team. 4-0. And this one, beyond a shadow of a doubt, Dartford playing for pride as they have throughout. Might have been different, but they're coming on stronger and stronger and stronger with this Manchester team. He's a cracking player, by the way, isn't he, Harrison Price? When he's moving infield or he's racing down the flank. Here they go again with Brown, another one who's caught the eye. He keeps this one in play. Oh, and that's a lovely little flick. One of the moments of the day from Amari Brown. Wow. Wasn't showboaty, it was just sheer technical ability and the confidence of youth. Look at that. And actually, I thought he did really well in response to it, did Jacob Stone, because he wasn't bewildered in any way by the trickery. And in fact, Brown's got a bit of a knock now. Seen a bit of everything today. And we have a clearance. It's been a tough one to take for Dartford, but 2 goals in each half, bit of symmetry for the Manchester boys, and the shining light, the cherry on top of the icing on top of the cake, if you like, has come from Dennis Appiah. Just time to make another switch. 9 minutes to go. Well, we saw in the first game, Wokingham were heavily beaten, but they still kept going. It was a really good advert for never giving up. Even if you're suffering adversity in life and you think things aren't going your way and anything you do goes wrong, there might be a little glimmer, a little chink of light there just to give you hope and just to focus on something positive. And that's what they did. They kept going and they scored their goal. For me, that was my favourite. I mean, no disrespect, I was really impressed with Liverpool. We've eulogised about them. You have to appreciate the quality, and you do with them, and you do with Liverpool's boys as well who won. But also, that was my best favourite moment of the day. That goal that Wokingham scored when they were 6-0 down. They kept together and they got their moment. And maybe Dartford can get one of their own here. But Manchester are going to get the win for sure. Football can be such a good metaphor for live sport in general, all the drama, everything it throws your way. You need to stay positive. And that's what these boys and girls are learning. Amari Brown, what's he got up his sleeve here? You just don't know what's going to happen with him, given his abundance of talent. Just been a bridge too far for Dartford in this year's competition, but still terrific to get to the final. Good, patient passing football now from Manchester, and they can come to life at any time. They've got those players who could just embark on a bit of urgency, and they've given a very competent overall showing here and good value. So we've had a 6-1 and a 2-0, looks like a 4-0, or maybe there's more goals to come. We'll bring you the highlights at the end of the game. Hat-trick for Appiah, the other goal from Alabi. Zachary Jones made other good saves from Alabi and Appiah and other players. Daniel Achukwu made a good stop for Manchester Henry Farham, and it was 0-0 at that time, as Riley Taylor comes back here. To give his keeper a little bit of company. In fact, I think he might take the goal kick. After a stoppage in play. Remember, still to come to close out the entertainment for the day, we have Brighton versus Wirral in the under 12 Champions Cup. Back underway for Dartford. Back by Farham. Had their best chance, as we mentioned. Chambers. Brown. Blocked well. Good intervention from Adiko. And Ochukwu. Just runs away from Rimmer. As the pictures are taken by our photographer. Look forward to seeing some of those images. Schools Football is the handle for X, and all the ESFA channels on Facebook, on Instagram, all the different media outlets, as we bring you the action on our YouTube live stream. Jack Woodward talking you through it, and again, it's a joy to be here. Back with Ochukwu. Wants to get things moving. They're not settling for 4. They're going to keep striving for more scoring success as the sun comes out again. Rimmer judged it well. Brown squeezes forward. Apaya's gone off for a well-earned breather. He's got his hat-trick, and now he can watch the remainder from the sidelines and get ready to celebrate at full time. Remember, all the trophy presentations we'll be bringing you, thanks to our dignitaries from the ESFA for being here to hand out the medals and present the trophy. So good to see the happiness on the faces of the winners, but also the gracious nature of those finishing runners-up. Because remember, it's not just about the football, is it? It's about everything that comes with it. Ways to behave, ways to deal with situations, and they're all doing well. And that is a tribute as well to not just the coaches, the teachers as well. So, a round of applause for the teachers, the unsung heroes. Into touch by Charlie Love. Good to see him back out, because he did receive a bit of treatment, had to go off earlier. The captain. Nice to have him on at the end of the match. Maduako's throw for Brown. Helps it first time on the volley. It'll come out now. Great save again. Well, it's 4-0. It could be double that. But Zachary Jones has made some great stops. This time he foils Dennehy, who actually nearly scored in the early part of the game with a rising drive over there. This time he's kept out by the excellence of this keeper. Well, gave him a big build-up, and I'm glad he's really justified the build-up, because he was so good in the shootout in the semi, and Jones has done it again. He's made some 4 or 5 great stops, and by the way, you won't be surprised who we're giving man of the match to. It's such... it's habit, isn't it, calling them man, but that's just in your brain. But yeah, boy of the match, star of the match. I mean, that's going to have to be Dennis Apaya. So well done to him. With 2 headed goals, I'm still amazed at how much power he got on the ball with his first header, and then the second one was guided at the back post. He had another one which was deflected behind, and he had a shot with his boot that he put wide in the second half. So he's your player of the match, Dennis Apaya, hat-trick for Manchester. It's difficult to see, but I mean, sometimes I think sometimes when the pundits, the ex-players, when they award man of the match, they're almost doing anything they can not to give it to the obvious. But sometimes you have to state the obvious. And if someone's had that much of an impact and has effectively clinched the game for their team, then it has to go to them, as it did with Ivy Farrow earlier. Second one, he was actually unlucky, the score of the free kick, not to win, but we gave it to the number 14 in the last game. But this match, player of the match, is Dennis Appiah. Not only for his hat-trick, also for his overall play. But Zachary Jones made a late bid for it, the Dartford keeper. We just saw another save from him. Here they come. They want a fifth, and they get a fifth. It's Chidera Maduako. 5-star. They show rhythm in the celebration. They're absolutely loving their day out at Stoke. Flair, panache, poise, great finishes. A third different scorer now as the number 7 puts them into 7th heaven. Chidera Maduako rounds it off nicely. Icing on the cake. 5-0. High fives all round. Manchester 5, Dartford 0. Really well taken. That one through the legs of Zachary Jones. He can't keep them all out. He's already, it might be double figures if it wasn't for him. And Manchester, apart from the headers of Appiah, which were admittedly very significant, didn't have they've had far more chances in the second half. They've really produced some astonishing football. Great running this by Rory Dennehy. Other contenders, by the way, for player of the match. Zachary Jones, the Dartford keeper, definitely. Certainly Harrison Price and Dennehy down the two sides. I mean, well, really, Alabi, Shitty, the captain. I mean, there's so many. But Appiah gets the nod. Second minute of added time. Well, are we going to get a bit of deja vu here? We mentioned Wokingham. They were losing 6-0 in the girls' match earlier and did get a goal. However, Dartford would like a goal. They're having to do some more defending here as the ball is slotted back to Dennehy. Good block from Charlie Love. Proudly skippering the Dartford team as we wait for the final whistle. He's just signalling towards the fourth official, checking it was 2 minutes they're added on. If that was the case, then he's going to blow his whistle any moment. Flag is raised. Free kick for Dartford in the closing stages. As Kai Fleming of Lee Academy leads the throw-in. Can they get the consolation goal? They've worked so hard to get here. It's away by Manchester, and Brown gets it back. Third minute of stoppage time. They're still going for more goals here. Rimmer over his head. Farron probably had the best opportunity for Dartford in the whole game, but was thwarted by Ochukwu, who's going to keep a clean sheet by the looks of it. Zachary Jones has made some truly stunning, stellar stops. On we play. And it comes through now for Brown. No, the flag was raised. They'll throw everyone forward here in an attempt to get their golden moment. Dennehy sticks out a boot. So too does Adiko. David Adiko for Jacob Stone. This is better from Dartford, putting Manchester on the back foot, which they've struggled to do in the second half particularly, as the foul is committed. Can't be long now. The referee's final whistle is imminent. And that's it. Manchester have done it. An outstanding display. They ticked all the boxes. They were so good in this final. Dartford gave it everything. They've done so well to get to the showpiece occasion, but they fell short here. They came up against a dynamic opponent. Dennis Apaya with a hat-trick, 2 of them headers. The other goals from Joel Alabi and Chidera Maduarco. Manchester are the champions at under-12 boys level. Once again, they've beaten Dartford by 5 goals to 0. We can bring you the key moments before we have the trophy presentation very shortly. Played in great spirits. Congratulations to both, but remarkable from Manchester.
Okay, folks, the presentation of the national final for the 12 London Boys District Cup. The presentation will be made by the Chairman of the English Schools Football Association, Nick Loftus, and Council Member Paul Jackson. We give both our teams a round of applause. Manchester and Dartford. Please can you show your appreciation for the match officials? A round of applause please for referee Colin Barker, assistant referees Paul Warren and David Shilling.
Time for the presentations then. Applause all round for Manchester. They gave it everything. Good to see the smiles. And yeah, the keeper, Achukwu, is as tall as he looks in goal. He's kept a clean sheet. Pye got his hat-trick, but they all made their mark. And yeah, applause for the hat-trick hero. They knew that was coming. Pro of the match, Dennis Appiah. He illuminated the stage. He rose to the occasion. And he takes his award with humility. And very happy to get that accolade. 2 headers, 1 with his boot, might have had more. Well done to Dennis Appiah. The other goal scorers, John Olabi and Chidera Maduako. Here come the runners-up. Worthy finalists. What a performance by Zachary Jones, by the way, as he takes his medal first. Second half, he made some absolutely superb saves. Great glove work from him to keep it at 5, and the rest of the players just came up against superior opponents, really. But you have to applaud their commitment, enthusiasm and dedication. And well done on getting to the final, to all of them. And it's Nick Loftus, ESFA Chair, Paul Jackson, ESFA Council Member, presenting the awards once again. And they're more than happy to do so. Great to see those handshakes and giving them little words of encouragement and congratulation and appreciation. So thanks to Nick and Paul. And now they turn towards the winning team. Daniel Achukwu got down low to keep out Henry Farron when it was still 0-0. When you look at moments like that, and that gave them the launch pad to the outfield players, he said, right, I've made my save, you go and express yourselves. And boy, did they do that. Enjoyed this guy's performance, by the way. Harrison Price, one to look out for, as is Raf Amayor. John Olabi got his name on the score sheet. Divine Shitu, the number 6. And Chidera Maduako with the 5th and final goal. All heroes. Dean Risak, here he is, star of the show, Dennis Appiah. Terrific hat-trick, player of the match performance. Sonny Connolly, Amari Brown did it, one of those great little bits of skill that we enjoy in matches. There's Ronnie Rimmer. And now the presentation of the trophy. Divine Shitu goes over. He can't wait to get his hands on it. They're going to have the photo first, and you can understand the enthusiasm, you really can. Love it. Well done to Manchester. They've got their hands on the trophy. They can go and celebrate with their teammates, Divine Shitu and Sonny Connolly, and all the rest of the Manchester team. They are the champions once again. They fully deserve it. They played some sparkling football. Under 12 Champions Cup for boys, won by Manchester. It's celebration time.
International finals coming up Brighton versus Wirral. So here's the match. The big play goes on the back I think it's a big round of applause for them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, should be coming in back out. We'll go through the two teams for you as well. Just to remind you, we will be doing a player of the match as well later. Which will be chosen by the viewers from the English Schools Football Association TV, which is where the match is being screened this afternoon. 5:30 kick-off.
Let's do it for one final time on what is proving an ultra special Sunday for these youngsters. It's our fourth and last final of the day. The Under-12 Champions District Cup for girls. 9 versus 9, 30 minutes each way. Here's the Brighton team. Elizabeth Power in goal. The rest of their squad. Neve Denian, Posey Page, Bathan Rowe the skipper, Willow Newnham, Isla Weller, Eva Curtin, Florence Rosenberg, Bass Porter, Amelia Brown, Isla Carter. I've been practicing the number 14. Sorry if I've got this wrong. Malika Musse Murimwa and Mimi Freer. As for Wirral, they go with Pippa Hayes in goal. The rest of the squad: Asmi O'Brien, Moni Jones, Amber Rose Spur-Dodd, Isla Croft, Hallie Craddock the captain, Frankie Wallace, Poppy Wilson, Amelia Lawrence, Shamilia Black, Daisy Williams, Willow Piper, Mia Carroll and Lily Ashton. They're managed by Ian Wallace, coach Danny Williams, and Brighton's boss is Kev Rowe, and the coach Anthony Brown, warm-up coach Josh Brown. Referee just surveys the scene. Paul Warren, assisted by Dennis Drury, Carl Barker, fourth official David Shimin. And we can get ourselves started for what should be a really intriguing game. It's Brighton to kickstart with Isla Carter and Wirral on the ball straight away, trying to settle into their play. They're in the white and blue, by the way, Wirral. It's Brighton in the Royal Navy and Royal, and the assorted colour of boots. Good work by the team from the northwest. This should be dealt with, and is, by Brighton's number 4, Bethan Rowe, who's the captain from Cardinal Newman School. And really good ball carrying this. The bright boots, the bright talent of Bess Porter plays it low for Isla Carter of PCCA. Here's an effort from range, balloons high and wide, and should be collected by Pippa Hayes, who's had a solid season for Wirral. Made some brilliant saves. Of Woodchurch High, plays for Everton and Glenarvan Bells, their club. Second minute. Wirral have had some good wins. 4-0 against East Riding, last year's winners. Liverpool a 4-4. What a local derby that was. There's Brighton now with Emily Brown competing with Moni Jones. Linesman had a good view of that one, right in front of those two players. And going back to Wirral's run to the final, quarter-final, they beat Leeds, who they lost to last year, so that was a real revenge win. And then in the semi-final, they beat Leeds 3-2 and Sefton 2-1. And what was an epic game, I'm told. So well done to Wirral for getting here. Here they are on the attack now with Shamelia Black. Good defending by Posey Page, Brighton College's finest. And now Brighton looking to build up ahead of steam. Had a fabulous girls' match to open proceedings today. Liverpool with 6 goals, beating Wokingham 6-1. And the girls' match is sandwiched in between 2 boys' games. We've seen the glut of goals. It's been a real feast of football as Brighton have the ball again. Page, but now Daisy Williams. And forward she comes again. She's looking really good here. Bess Porter, but fine defending. They actually beat Bromley 14-1. West Kent 4-3. 5-0 at Havering. 2-1 against East Cornwall. And a 2-1 win for Brighton in the semi-final. Brighton and Hove District Schools, otherwise known as BHD SFA. One of the oldest district SFAs in the country, actually. History stretching back to the 1890s. I wasn't even born then. 2021-22, under-13 boys won the PlayStation Schools Cup. We love that tournament. Good defending again by Posey Page. She's been prominent so far. They've got to other ages reach the ESFA national quarters and semi-finals. 3 ESFA finals. Under-12 Girls Cup, under-13 girls, under-14 boys plate to look forward to. An expanding girls' presence for Brighton, actually. Several have moved into pro football from Brighton SFA. On the men's side, Russell Martin played for Wycombe and Norwich and has recently managed in the Premier League with Southampton. John Shepherd, who's played for Millwall and Brighton. Gillingham. Peter Allen went on for Leyton Orient and Millwall. Tom Law-Pender, who was at Dorothy Stringer School. Vince Stevens Hayden Roberts. The list is endless, really. Hove Park, Bristol City. James Daly went to Dorothy Stringer. Played for Harrogate. Current players with Brighton, Charlton, Wimbledon and other academies. And here they come now. She definitely looks one to keep an eye on. There's Best Porter of Brighton. She's bright and breezy. Daisy Williams. No early goal here then. Page with the throw in. Looks like they want to get Porter on the ball as much as possible. Posey Page sets herself, ponders the next move and then throws it towards Carter. But here come Wirral now with a good bit of ball carrying by Shamelia Black. She's up against Mimi Freer of Dorothy Stringer School. Got a proud record, as we mentioned, Dorothy Stringer School, of having players represent the Brighton SFA. Shamelia Black's throw in. Just over that halfway line. Good work here by Daisy Williams at their end. What a glorious opportunity, and it's just wide of the target. Great chance, the best of the game so far in the 7th minute. And Amelia Lawrence wasn't quite able to take it. Took it left-footed early. Keeper may have had it covered, I'm not sure. Elizabeth Power might have struggled to get there. But it's dragged wide of the target. Will she get a better chance than that? So close for Wirral. She's normally a very, very good finisher. Good movement and hold-up play, Amelia Lawrence. And she's got better and better this season. She just couldn't steer that one into the corner. It was a good connection. Here's another good connection at the other end for Brighton. End-to-end action at Stoke as they have a shot that flies well over the crossbar. But going back to Amelia, she's forward plays for Prenton Girls, Everton and Glenarvan Bells. And she'll be disappointed not to score. She got into a good position though. She was released through the middle, timed her run perfectly, seemed to have done everything right. And it's a game of fractions within a whisker of making it 1-0. Maybe that'll settle them into the game, the fact they've just created that chance. Depends on how you look at it. You can either be disappointed and irritated, irked that you've not scored it, or the way I prefer to see it for these girls, you know, the fact that they've carved out the opening, the fact that they've been able to find a way past a well-drilled defence, and they'll have to back themselves to do it again. And here she is, Amelia Lawrence. That's what you want to see. She's showing herself, and they might have another chance here. It's a good block as Isla Croft of Upton Hall burst through. Isla Croft plays for Manchester United, brilliant all season, important goals, the winner in the semi against Sefton, and there she was getting a shot in. Brighton began the game well, but it's Wirral now who are looking the more likely scorers. But a couple of efforts, first for Amelia Lawrence and then for Isla Croft. Remains 0-0. And Shamelia Black with the throw in towards Williams. Away by Brighton. Good mopping up. Amber Rose Spur Dodd of BHSA and Manchester City. Quality all season. Great desire, a super semi-final. 10th minute, 30 each way. Here's another effort from range, but She worked out the angles well there, did Pippa Hayes in the Wirral goal. Watched it fly adjacent to the upright. Nothing between them. Hayes with Carter closing down. Porter tries to get there. Helps upfield by Page. Porter sticks out a boot. And here come Wirral again. The pass steer by Williams for Lawrence again. Daisy Williams. And Croft. Commanding figure in the centre. And now Hallie Craddock, the captain. Carter. Releasing Emily Brown. Tried to give it back to Carter. Croft away. And Isla Weller gets involved with King's School Hove. Mimi Freer shielding the ball effectively. Upfield by Bethan Rowe, the captain, from Cardinal Newman. Daisy Williams. Really enjoying their evening already, all of these players. I think this is going to be a close tussle. I think we were hoping for a fairly tight encounter that could go either way. Had two convincing wins. There was a much closer game in the middle of the three we've seen so far. Williams and Lawrence. Craddock with the chip. And just ushered back by Freer to her keeper Elizabeth Betsy Power. (11 years young). Under 12 Champions Cup for girls here at Stoke. Live on ESFA's YouTube channel. Jack Woodward talking you through it. Fourth game of 4 on this sunny Sunday. Bess Porter competing well, but just hasn't quite happened for her yet. Out came Hayes. Lawrence. She's shown a really good response to missing that chance, which she'll feel she perhaps could have taken. She's kept leading the line with honesty, with determination, which is good to see. It's what these coaches are looking for. It's obviously part and parcel of growing up and learning about life, responding to little mini setbacks with the right attitude. It's good to see. Throw in for Brighton. Porter, but sliding in on her was Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. And now they've tried to get it going down the right-hand side. Good work by Daisy Williams of Weatherhead, Everton and West Kirby. Plenty of assists and goals. She's a joy to watch. One with a left foot too. Craddock. Really good energy levels from Williams. Brighton with Willow Newnham of Hove Park and Emily Brown striding with purpose. Freer just edging towards the midway point of this first half of 30 minutes. Remember the handle Schools Football on X. All our social media channels to keep bang up to date with what's been happening. If you've missed any of it, you can tune into all the best coverage. Another 4 games to come tomorrow. Bumper day of 5 on Tuesday, 4 on Wednesday, and a match on Thursday. Arnold Clark Schools Cup action as well. Before we close it next weekend, we've got a double header for you as well, so it's all happening for sure. Amelia Lawrence. She really is making a nuisance of herself, and she squeezes the pass over for teammate Shamilia Black. St John Plessington, Manchester City. Constant threat. First goal in the semi-final did Shamilia, and she's won a team a corner here, and it's going to be taken by Daisy Williams. Williams, left-footed, left wing, the header goes wide, wasn't a million miles away. Good set piece there, floated over, appetising, tempting, tantalising, and it was a decent header actually. It's a pretty good connection on the ball from Wirral's number 4, Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. She just couldn't guide it inside the post, but Amber Rose close. And it's Wirral who've had the better of the play and the better chances so far. They've settled into this game the better as the Brighton keeper comes out, Elizabeth Power. But she hasn't actually been forced into a save, has she, Bexley, because the Amelia Lawrence shot went wide, and so too did the header there from Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. Now, Shamilia Black and Willow Newnham. It's better from Brighton. Amelie Brown. Good passing movement this. Isla Carter. Possible counter-attack. Black. And they might be through the middle here, and they are indeed, with Ali Craddock playing the pass. The shot is driven just wide. Wow, another one goes close for Wirral. Daisy Williams is such a threat, buzzing around, making things happen. That was a really good move. Wirral can't believe they haven't scored here. That's 3 efforts they've had that have just gone wide of the post. Lawrence and Spur-Dodd, and this time it's the number 11, Daisy Williams, with a daisy cutter, and she nearly drove it into the back of the net. But, well, Elizabeth Power's seen she's not needed to quite make the save, because the 3 chances have all flown wide. Now Brighton up the other end. They've ridden their luck a little bit, but now maybe they've got a chance to get their noses in front. Corner kick from the right wing. Right boot to be used. Hoisted into the mix. Oh, nearly an own goal. As it was Esme O'Brien, the defender back there, who just ushered it behind. Good work in the end from Esme of BHSA. Glenavon Bells. Great tackler. Did really well in the semi-final. Lots of pace and good awareness, really, the game situation there, just to knock it behind from Esme. Another corner, this time from the near side. Second bite of the cherry for Amelie Brown. It's another good one, and just hasn't quite happened for them. Bethan Rowe, the captain, forward from the back. How she'd love to lead a team to glory and get a goal. Just eluded her grasp. It's been the nearly story for both sides in terms of the finishes. Haven't quite been able to convert as yet. But Wirral had a very good spell, but now Brighton are pushing them back. Captivating stuff. Free kick, 20th minute for Brighton in this Under-12 Champions Cup for Girls final. We'll bring you the key moments at half-time if you've missed any of them. Pippa Hayes in the Wirral goal. Weller Oh, this is good work by Isla Carter. Could she go all the way? This time they do get an effort on target, but it's straight into the grateful arms of Pippa Hayes, who didn't have to move there. She was in the perfect spot. Good positioning from the goalkeeper. Isla Weller showing strength and then vision to distribute neatly. You do get the impression something special is about to happen. I wouldn't like to predict at which end, to be honest with you. With 10 minutes left of the opening period. It's been a pleasant day of weather, not anywhere near as warm as we've had, but still a nice day out for the friends, family, supporters, adding to the atmosphere and sense of occasion. Best Porter is quite capable of providing that little moment of magic. Oh, lovely control. Tried to squeeze it over for teammate Isla Carter. Oh, that's lovely control. That's brilliant control, that, from Williams. Fantastic technique. Great move, this from Wirral. Can they go all the way to get the opening goal? Good save. Comes through for Black, and then he's poked in. And Wirral have the lead. It's Isla Croft. Hallie Craddock got forward initially, then Shamilia Black had a go. And Isla Croft made no mistake. She's been brilliant all season. Important goals, the winner in the semi, and she's got a team ahead in the big final here for Wirral. Really good attack, great save initially. Black couldn't bundle it in, but then how about that for composure from Isla Croft? She just guided it calmly, and Wirral have their tails up. They're in the box seat in this big Champions final. Will they be the champions? Well, they had. It was. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Third time lucky, literally. First it was Craddock, then it was Black, and then decisively it was Isla Croft with some class. Here's a shot from outside the box. It really dipped awkwardly, that, for Pippa Hayes. Brighton reacting well to going behind. 23rd minute. Here's throw in for Willow Newman to try and get there. The cut back, could this be the level or no? Best Porter was waiting, just wouldn't quite come to her as she wanted. But you have to admire the resilience and character of this Brighton team. They suffered the goal, they had a shot from range, and then Porter almost making it 1-1 almost immediately. A swift riposte, but no scoring retort, as it remains 1-0 to Wirral. They want a second, Black. And Lawrence will be feeling a lot better, having had a good opportunity, but both teams have had their moments in this game. Craddock. And still keen to show some urgency here. Elizabeth Power to get the ball back in play so Brighton can embark on trying to restore parity before the break. Good game of schools football this so far. Appetite, endeavour, and lots of ability. Good ball threaded through the middle for Carter. She couldn't quite play the pass she wanted. Header from Posey Page. Bethan Rowe for Emily Brown. But Wirral lifted by the goal. Shamilia Black. Porter. And now Weller. Best Porter. What can she produce here? They're looking to her to provide the inspiration. Forward by Weller. Good defending again from Wirral. Gap starting to open up. Nice pivot there from Willow Newnham. Well, that's just nudged back towards the keeper, but couldn't afford to take any chances Bathen Row. Daisy Williams to take this throw in. Approaching the final 5 of the first half. Amelia Lawrence. Emily Brown attempts to find Carter, and now Weller. Porter. Oh, good challenge. That's fantastic work. Not once, not twice, but 3 times there. As Carter runs into trouble. Page. Black. Porter and Carter denied. Coming towards the closing stages for what's been an absorbing first half, away by Esme O'Brien. Throw in deep inside Wirral territory as Brighton look to hit back. Posey Page for Porter. Hooks it goalwards, but it just spins through. Oh, more mesmerising play by Daisy Williams. Good battle that between her and Freya. But it was Isla Croft, the Wirral number 5, with the golden moment. Ali Craddock, a driving force with her incredible ability and strength, desire to win, real talent. She started the move. Shamilia Black continued it. Isla Croft finished it. Lawrence had a great early chance which he put wide. Williams as well, Stratton, here she goes again. There's the goal scorer, Croft, he can't keep her out of the headlines. You see, crashes one wide of the target. Are we to have more scoring action before the break, I wonder? Page. And Craddock through this time for Elizabeth Power. Made a good save from Craddock initially, but wasn't able to keep out the follow-up. In the defining moment of this contest so far. Throw in Emily Brown for Brighton. And Carter. Good clash that, but she's done really well, hasn't she, Moni Jones? Committed. Brilliant in the semi-final of Woodchurch High, Higher Babington and Vauxhalls. As the effort comes in from distance again, but good goalkeeping. Forward by Willow Newman. The sands of time running low at the end of this first period. And here's an effort, and well worth the drive with her ability from Bass Porter. But there have been quite a few long-range shots that have come in on Pippa Hayes' goal, but she's been there waiting to gather. Amelia Black with the attempted control. Good work by Weller. And now Emily Brown. Too much pace on the pass though. Final seconds of the first half of 30. Don't think we'll have too much stoppage time. It's been a good flowing game. It's raced by actually. Amelia Lawrence. Hard to get off the ball, but Bathen Row is there for Brown. And Newnham all the way back for a keeper who just calmly rolls it into the feet of Posey Page. Into stoppage time at the end of the first half. Esme O'Brien with the throw. Page with Shamilia Black, loitering, lurking in a slipstream. Just wouldn't go away from her rear view mirror there. Amber Rose spurred on, leaves it. She had a good chance before the goal as well to score. Page's throw for Porter. Second minute of added time. At the end of the first half, there is the whistle. Fascinating tussle this. Both teams have had their moments, but it's Wirral with the golden one. Isla Croft scoring after Addie Craddock and Shamilia Black have played their part in the build-up. They had other opportunities to Lawrence and Spur Dodd, particularly. Brighton almost scored themselves, but it's Wirral who deservedly have the advantage at half-time. They lead by a goal to nil. We can bring you the key moments from the first half, and then we'll have the second half live and uninterrupted right here. well, the girls couldn't wait to get back out there, which is a good sign. We've had a well-earned break and they're ready and raring to go. Final half of football on our Super Sunday of action at Stoke. Has a nice ring to it, that. Brighton 0, Wirral 1, the latest score. As we embark on another journey, another adventure for these youngsters. Referee blows his whistle and off we go again. Will Wirral extend their lead? Will we retain the status quo, or can Brighton hit back? They're the three delicious possibilities. And wearing the cap is the Wirral keeper, Pippa Hayes, just in case sun comes out. There's a bit of a corridor of sunshine on the far side. Temperature levels dropping a little bit. Can you do it on a cool Sunday night in Stoke? Well, these young girls certainly can. They put on a treat for us. Really excellent football. She's done well, actually, hasn't she? The Wirral defender, Moni Jones, a few times. Forward by Hallie Craddock, who constantly cajoles and pushes her team forward. Neve Denian batting to Mill for Brighton. Throw in for Posey Page. Can she pose a threat? Away by the goal scorer at Wirral, Isla Croft. Will that be enough to see them crowned champions? Craddock angles one forward for the number 7, Frankie Wallace. Oh, and now it's through for Amelie Brown. Tries her luck, well out, trying to catch out the Wirral keeper, but is able to collect. Page towards Porter, and now Weller closed down. Hit forward, but good, watchful, careful, alert goalkeeping by the Wirral number 1, Pippa Hayes. She knows if she can keep a clean sheet here, her team will be victorious. Craddock and Page, Brown. Is Porter going to have just enough of a corridor, enough of a pocket of space to exploit? She's definitely got the ability. Here's a shot from well outside the box. Willow Newnham, and now the excellent Jones for Frankie Wallace of Woodchurch High. Everton and Glenarvan Bells had a great season with goals and assists, and here they come now on the charge. With, well, they've rung a few changes to the lineup of Wirral. I'm sure they'll feel that these players will add to the overall flavour of proceedings. Gosh, brilliant tenacity from both players. Brighton's Amelie Brown and Moni Jones of Wirral. Free kick for the team with the advantage, leading by a goal to 0. It has actually. It's surprising, really, when. But I think they've come with the mindset you've got to give everyone a chance. But it's the team that have the lead have made most of the change. They've actually brought on several subs. Thanks, Jake, for that confirmation. Lily Ashton has entered the fray of Prenton Girls. Frankie Wallace we've mentioned. Jamelia Black has departed. Willow Piper, incredible technique and skill we can see from her. High behind Chester, Glenavon, Bells and Higher Bebbington. As now this is work being done, and being done very well by Lily Ashton, getting through, and her opposing number 14. No disrespect from a commentator's point of view, I was thinking, well, maybe she won't come on, but I'm determined to get it right every time she's involved, and she was. It was the two 14s, Lily Ashton and of Brighton, Malaika Musit Murimwa. Frankie Wallace. She's been sharp, hasn't he? Bright as a button. Sharp as a tack since coming on. Just what you want from your subs. Here's Newnham and Amelie Brown sliding it over to that far side. Bess Porter looking to keep it in play, can't do so. In the 6th minute of this second half. And, well, we are going to have a change here, I think. Porter hasn't been able to influence the game as perhaps she would have liked, so we've got Eva Curtin of Patcham High School into the action. Still a long way to go in this one. No guarantees. There won't be any complacency from Wirral. They'll know they've got a really tough opponent here. Could change in an instant. Isla Croft and Craddock, two number 6s, with Isla Weller of Brighton. And now Muthir Murimwa gets it forward. Here's Frankie Wallace then. Fantastic Frankie down the left. And Lily Ashton, hold up play. They were so good, the likes of Daisy Williams and Jamelia Black in the first half, Amelia Lawrence, but really good to see the replacements making their mark as well. Shows the strength of the squad, shows the togetherness and unity of a camp. Wonderful. Brighton have got that too. What a day it's been. What a week it's going to be. Weller. Amelie Brown trying to make things happen with the influence every time she gets it. There's a real joie de vivre. A love of life and football. It's clear to see. It's great to see. Malaika Musit Murimwa with the throw in. Header flicked on. Forward by Wirral. They'd love the cushion of a second. Great work by Ashton. And now scooped up by Poppy Wilson. Another player who's come on, the number 8. Who we're told has unbelievable touches of class and is a joy to watch. Thanks for those research notes. She's at Wirral Grammar, Glenavon, Bells and Higher Bebbington. Quite a few of them involved with those organisations, as Craddock. And now Amelie Brown. Need Danian and Curtin, but over goes Amber Rose Spur Dodd and Isla Croft. Fitting scorer, really. She's given a big performance for her team. Ashton wanted it back off Wilson. Croft, clever layoff. Craddock, Captain Craddock, good little touch, nice build up this, try to give and go there. But as long as it's 1-0, Brighton will believe. as Musa Murimwa does up her boots. She's been steady at the back. I suppose that makes a Brighton rock. Sliced into touch by Wirral. Looking to hang on to what they've got, but I don't think they'll invite pressure. I do think they'll keep pushing up and trying to get a second goal. Emily Brown, but now Craddock, dynamic, ditto Croft, looking to find a pass. Eva Curtin for Brighton. Header away by Moni Jones. Brown for Newnham, who's been energetic. Good engine. She really holds it up well, doesn't she, Lily Ashton, since coming on. $11 gone second half. Remember, they're 2 halves of 30 minutes. Oh, she just loses her footing there, does Amber Rose. Spurred on, and the shot goes inches wide. Well, Curtin has come on and packed things up for Brighton for certain, sowing the seeds of doubt, not allowing the defenders to settle. She latched onto it, she went for goal. She could have played the cross. Emily Brown was waiting and disappointed not to get. I think there was a touch there. It's either been saved by the keeper or taken a deflection off the defender. It's a corner, could easily have been a goal for Eva Curtin. It's the best chance for Brighton of the game so far. In comes the corner, good delivery, headed away though. Oh, what about that? What a run this is, as the sub comes over, and so, well, that defines what Hallie Craddock is all about. The willingness to get to the ball, put a body on the line, really drive forward, wouldn't give it up as a lost cause. That was a good little joust between Craddock and Musa Murimwa. The team are going well. Maybe it'll be the only goal that wins it. Moni Jones. There'll be a few contenders from both teams, I think, for player of the match, which we'll be announcing just before full time. It's always nice to have that award presented before the medals in the presentation ceremony, which will be live for you later on. So this is helped forward by Florence Rosenberg, who's come on for Brighton of Dorothy Stringer School. All the squad getting some game time. Here's a good ball hit forward, and Emily Brown will just about get that, but couldn't do any damage. She expended so much energy to reach the ball. Brilliant stuff really from Emily there to win a team a corner. She's taken it short. Curtin gives it a bat, and they'll still think there's plenty of time to get at least an equaliser, as that spins off the boot of Eva Curtin. The game's only goal in the first half. A good attack by Wirral. They had already had chances. Craddock led her team forward. Good save by Power. Ball popped up for Shamelia Black, who tried to bundle it in. She wasn't able to do so, but Isla Croft most certainly was. Musa Murimwa, we've seen plenty of the action since coming on. There's Poppy Wilson, Amber Rose Spur Dodd, Posey Page, and still good interception by Wilson, and now Ashton wins it. Great stuff from Ashton, competing with Denian. Ashton again. Can she get the shot away here? Well, it took 3 of them to stop her in her tracks. Coming up to the quarter-hour mark. Oh, that's divine. That's lovely play. Great stuff from Poppy Wilson there. But Brighton have it back with Curtin. So much talent on show here. Posey Page. But good work by Isla Croft to go over, use her body strength and try and get something going down that side. Musa Murimwa takes a swing at the ball, and it's a good clearance now for Emily Brown. Moni Jones, whose positioning is so good at the back, reads the situation well, went over to meet Emily Brown. Chips over the cross. It's a really good ball to the back post towards Eva Curtin. Couldn't get the connection she wanted. And a big sigh of relief for Wirral, but Brighton are charging at them. Been really good in this second half, hasn't she, Emily Brown? As has Curtin. Not quite a fresh air shot. She got something on it, but just skewed away. Musa Murumwa for Rosenberg. Wilson loses out though. Newnham for Brown. She'll keep plugging away, trying to unlock the door. And that one just trickled over the edge of the pitch. Well, if Brighton could get a goal and we finished at 1-1, we would go to penalties. We haven't had a shootout so far today. Will we get one in the final game? As this is, I've got through some good defending, Wirral. Overall, you'd probably say that, well, they certainly had the better of the chance in the first half, so they probably merited their lead at half time, but Brighton perhaps have had the better moments in the second. We do have a rolling sub scenario, so quite often what happens in these games that star players have a bit of a breather and come back towards the end. Well, she wouldn't deserve to be on the losing side, would she, Emily Brown? But she's going to have a well-earned rest as Isla Carter comes back on. It'll be her and Curtin up front now. Wilson. Newnham for Denian. Curtin, ball juggling par excellence. That was sumptuous from Eva Curtin. Another one of my favourite bits of play of the day, that. Just like she was doing keepy uppies in the back garden. She's doing it on Stoke City's hallowed turf. And again, well done to everyone for putting this event on. From the ESFA, all the guys there, great to work with always, and also the Stoke City ground staff, everyone involved with the club that's volunteered and helped, and of course all the schools, coaches, the teachers, friends and families, and everyone involved with the production of the broadcast. Don't think I missed anyone out there, have I? Here's the chip. It's a good ball as well. Wirral wants a second. Frankie Wallace might just do it. Over goes Musa Murimwa. Wallace gets the ball in, could have gone anywhere. But it's fine defending by Bethan Rowe, Brighton's captain. How she'd love to lift that trophy. It's looking unlikely at the moment, but you just never know. Poppy Wilson's going to take this corner. We've had a fairly steady breeze throughout the day. Wirral have got the wind in their sails with a 1-0 lead. They'd love it to be 2. Wilson turns it over. Up went Ashton. Couldn't quite get there. Forward by Rosenberg of Brighton. Amber Rose Spur-Dodd for Frankie Wallace. Is Isla Croft's goal going to be enough to settle this one? We don't, in these finals, been doing them for a while now, don't tend to have too many 1-0s. Maybe this is going to be one of those. I'm used to seeing a load of goals, but actually these matches that are close, they could go one way then the other. They're actually just as intriguing. And variety is the spice of life. We've had a good variety of matches today. Life's never dull at the ESFA Schools Cup Finals. Here's Musa Marimwa. Croft gets a good ricochet and then belts one upfield. All Rowe can do is put it into touch. More precious seconds tick away into the final 10 minutes now of our day's football. The sport of football, top of today's curriculum for these youngsters. And that's the way it should be, I think. In goes Rowe. Wallace just forced out a bit wider than she would have liked. Frankie Wallace. Dispossessed. But it's back with Wilson. Newnham. They'll throw everything at Wirral. The two number 8s there, Wilson and Rosenberg, locked in combat. Head to head, eye to eye, foot to foot. More quality stuff from Craddock. Oh, what a bit of play that is from Ashton. Ball under control. She's contributed massively to relieving some of the pressure since coming on. Another substitution with 8 minutes to go. And here they come again. Good pass now. This could settle it, and it does. No, the flag was raised. Doesn't count. Whoa, that was close. As Frankie Wallace popped it into the net. Good work by Craddock again. Wallace with a really good finish. She wasn't to know she was off, but the flag raised, and still there's hope for Brighton. That would have finished it. And that one disallowed. And disappointment for Frankie Wallace. She had the feeling of seeing the ball go in the net, but joy short-lived as the referee blew the whistle. Again, I'm really going to have to get the grey cells into gear here to think of a player of the match. And I quite like it. It's like a manager who has a lot of players to choose from and can't decide the first 11 because they're all so good. It's a nice problem to have, shall we say. But we'll get it right, I'm sure. Here's it's actually one of my other highlights of the day is so many of them is you know seeing the reaction and seeing the joy in the faces when the player is announced as player of the match. It's really nice that, because it shows they're together. Good challenge that, wasn't it? Brilliant from Beth and Rowe. That's kept her team in it, and that's leadership from the captain. But yeah, I mean, we can run through. I feel like it's the Oscars, but we can run through the nominees for best player in a starring role of this particular production. And well, from Brighton's point of view, you'd give special mentions to probably the captain Beth and Rowe. William Newnham's kept pushing forward, hasn't she? Emily Brown Actually, Musa Murimwa, who's a real tongue twister, that one. I've enjoyed her performance actually since she's come on. And from Wirral's point of view, Moni Jones so good at the back, Amber Rose spurred on. Isla Croft with a goal, of course, and all-round contribution. Some of the subs have done well. Lily Ashton holding it up. Thought Shamilia Black was good in the first half, and Daisy Williams has come close as well. That's half the team, of course. But I have to say, the player on the ball now, yeah, that may have run into touch, but I just think we've seen really good different types of captaincy from all the 8 teams we've seen today. But I think as a captain, she has been excellent. Hallie Craddock, and she was involved in the build-up to the goal with the initial shot saved, but ended up via Black. Croft putting it home, but she's really been all action in the middle, dynamic, decisive, and a good leader. So your final player of the match, and well earned it is the captain of Wirral, Hallie Craddock. Will it be a double celebration for her? Of lifting the trophy as well. Well, she's only 4 minutes from that happening. Or could there be a twist to this plot? We've seen late goals already. We've seen all the different qualities that we want, haven't we? Teamwork, determination, endeavour, skill, ability to bounce back, fighting through difficult periods, all been on show. Really well behaved on the pitch as well. Yeah, I know we had the standings off in a game earlier, but there's no malice there. They'll learn from that. Been some feistiness, but we want passion, definitely. And lots of lessons to be learned. Here now is Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. Should be dealt with by Denian. Can Brighton just create one chance to force a penalty shootout? Isla Weller, really good ball carrying, outstanding play through the middle. But at the back there is Lily Ashton. Great fitness levels from her. She's been leading the line, but she got back to assist the rear guard, showing her versatility.
Substitution for Wirral, replacing number 16, Brighton.
So Malaika Musa Murimwa to take this free kick. She's just going to crash it as hard as she can. They've got 2 minutes to find an equaliser. It's exciting, isn't it? Edge of your seat drama when there's only 1 goal in it. First time that's actually happened today, isn't it? Going into the very final moments. First time we really had a chance of having penalties. Tried the pivot there, did Carter. And Rosenberg is there, just running away from Brighton. 2 evenly matched teams, and nice to see a close game. Just the 1 goal, but there's been the promise of them from both. Here now is Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. This could be, oh what a run, oh what a superb bit of individual play, and that is the trophy for Wirral. Amber Rose Spur-Dodd just danced through, great feat, and I love the celebration. Such joy, such quality, such determination. She just wanted it. Desire, application, hunger, a whole load of talent, and they are just absolutely thrilled to get the 2nd goal, and that puts the issue beyond doubt. They've had to work really hard in this game, but 2 different scorers, Isla Croft in the first half and Amber Rose Spur-Dodd, who almost actually broke the deadlock before the interval, before the Croft goal. This time she just ran and ran and ran. It opened up, she had a bit of luck, but she definitely deserved it, and ended up just walking it into the net as the ball rolled over the goal line. Gloriously for Wirral, despairingly for Brighton, but they shouldn't be too hard on themselves. They've given it everything, but Wirral, with the symmetry of a goal in each half, and the number 5 in the first half, number 4 in the second, Amber Rose Spur-Dodd. She's really one to look out for, I think. She was definitely close to getting the player of the match, even before I mentioned that, but Ali Craddock has pipped her to it. Could have been one of a whole host of players, as we mentioned. Well, we're into stoppage time. Well, they would have been, the nerves would have been jangling, the fingernails bitten, the bums twitching if it had been 1-0 still at this point. But the fact they're 2-0 up now, they can be more relaxed as the header from Amber Rose Spur-Dodd, the girl of the moment. Great run, wasn't it? And are Brighton going to get a goal? They might do. Oh, saved by the feet. And then on the follow-up, they can't bundle it in. Bethan Rowe, the captain forward from the back, thought she'd score, but Pippa Hayes with a brilliant save to foil her. And she's going to keep a clean sheet, is Pippa, and she deserves it after that save. Bethan Rowe, good leader for Brighton. Captain trying to haul her team back into the game through sheer focus. Got the shot in, but a great save that. Perfect from Pippa, and here's a shot looking to make it 3 for Wirral. It's very open end to end now as Brighton have to take the risks. Here's Isla Weller. It's really come to life at the end of this game, hasn't it? With the second Wirral goal and then a great save by their keeper Pippa Hayes to keep out Bethan Rowe, the Brighton captain. Gripping drama from first minute to last. Remember, we got a goal in the first minute of the first game. It's a great goal, and we've had action and drama right at the end of this one. So it's been riveting entertainment. Been through the full gamut of emotions, the highs and lows of football, and they've played with a smile on their faces. There's been the odd grimace with the disappointment of conceding, but that's the nature of it. Here's the corner, really good corner that. Misses everyone. It's been that sort of game for Brighton. And now it's with Wallace, who did have the ball in the net, but it was chalked off. Musit Marimwa, can't be long left now. 3rd minute of stoppage time. And Carter, they'll keep going right to the end, will Brighton. Willow Newnham, away by the Wirral rear guard. Can they get a third here? Really would put the cap on it. Great sliding challenge. Pushed forward by Carter. There's Croft, who got the first goal. And she's on the ball. Right at the end of the game, as the whistle is blown. Wirral Wonders. They win the trophy. Isla Croft in the first half, Amber Rose Spur-Dodd in the second. They had other opportunities. Brighton played their part. It was a really decent game of girls' football. 2 talented teams, and Wirral emerged victorious. But it was played in great spirits. The future is bright, I think, based on what we've seen. Fabulous stuff. Real top quality entertainment they've served up, showcasing their skills not only here at Stoke but worldwide on our live stream, and Wirral are going to enjoy lifting that trophy. They've beaten Brighton by 2-0. We'll have the trophy presentation shortly. Here are the key moments. Just look at the happiness there. They have had a fantastic sporting Sunday. Whatever happens in their lives from now, they'll be able to look back at this with fondness, as will all the players who've featured today. And you can just see the unity of it as well, the togetherness and friendship, and you need that in any team.
Let's make the presentation for the player of the match for our viewers on the SFA TV for the game. And the winner from Wirral, number 6, Ali Craddock.
Good applause for the captain, popular winner of our Player of the Match award, Hallie Craddock. Top marks from her. I know they do it in numbers now, don't they? But I give her an A-star for her performance. Brilliant. They passed this exam with flying colours. Captain Hallie, the player of the match. Commiserations to Brighton, but congratulations more importantly on getting to the final. They've really given a good account of themselves here as they all get their runners-up medals from our friends at ESFA. Notice the coats come on now, just gives you an indication as to the fact it's much chillier than it has been, but we have had good conditions for playing. Excellent playing surface, and well done to Brighton. They were right in the game right until the second goal, and that came very late, the second Wirral goal. Brighton were chasing it. So, well done, girls. And go again next year and see if you can't get the win then. Congratulations to the SFA for putting this event on, Stoke and everyone else who we mentioned earlier, and the coaches as well. Get their medals, that's good to see. Kev Rowe and Anthony Brown of Brighton. And going to the other side, the victorious Wirral girls. It's been a great day for the Northwest, by the way, hasn't it? We had a Liverpool double for under 11s, girls and boys. Then Manchester for the under 12 boys and under 12 girls. The Wirral have delivered. And all of these players made good contributions. Thought Moni Jones was outstanding, but then again, we've given the player of the match to Hallie Craddock, but it could have gone to any one of them really. It was the collective spirit they showed, all chipping in. Shamelia Black, such a good presence in the first half. Wear those with pride. I think all of your efforts justified this, and got a spring in the step still, even after that energy-sapping performance, but still on adrenaline, still buzzing from the win and the fact they've got to play in this game, and they're going to get their hands on the trophy very shortly. Lily Ashton did very well in the second half, and their team manager Ian Wallace, coach Danny Williams, Jake's directing operations well there from the SFA's point of view, making sure they're in the right position. Thanks to Sarah and her team, 24/7, and all of the guys and girls involved in making this a success today, as it will be all week. They're bouncing up and down. They can hardly contain their excitement, and nor should they. Pose for the picture and get ready to lift the trophy. Player of the match, Hallie Craddock, the captain, celebrates with her teammates. Well done, Wirral. They were outstanding in this game. They've won the under-12 Champions Cup for girls, beating Brighton, who were brilliant themselves. What a day we've had. Jack Woodward signing off from Stoke for this Sunday. We're back for more tomorrow and in the rest of the week. But the final images of the Wirral girls celebrating a hard-earned and fully merited win. Fantastic.